A board workshop of the Board of Trustees of the McAllen Independent School District will be held today, Monday, November 13th, 2023, beginning at 4:30 p.m. in the Dr. Ricardo Chapa Boardroom of the Administration Building of the McAllen Independent School District, located at 2000 North 23rd Street in McAllen. At this meeting, there may be discussion by the board on the items and subjects listed as follows. Item 1, call the meeting to order. I have done so at 4:30 p.m. Item 2, public comments. There are no public comments. Item 3, reports. 3A, report regarding facilities, maintenance, and operations project. Dr. De Hoyos.
Good afternoon. This is a report from our Facilities, Maintenance, and Operations Department. Mrs. Melissa Ortiz, Project Manager for Facilities, Maintenance, and Operations Department, will present on this month's projects. This item is for information purposes only.
Good afternoon, Board President, Superintendent, and Board of Trustees. Okay, I'm sorry, we're a little nervous today. Niño's not here today, but hopefully I do well. You're going to do great.
You're off to a great start. Don't worry.
Okay, so we start with the Collegiate Academy. So we are on schedule. Everything is going great. I don't know if you want a little information, or if you just want for me to kind of get a little more information on what's going on right now. Okay, so the installation of the brick flashing and finishing up of the brick installation is ongoing. They're installing the handrails to the second floor. The lime stabilization is getting worked on into the caliche, and they're pouring concrete on the southeast parking lot at this time. So installation of the wall tiles are going in the restroom, first floor and second floor, and they're also working in the administration area. The installation of the ductwork and AC controls are also being worked on. The special systems are also going in, and the special systems are cameras, intercoms, fire alarms, etc. And also the elevators getting worked on. And we are on schedule, and it's approximately 70% complete. Our HVAC projects were about 98% complete. The contractor's currently working on row. The boiler startup is scheduled for this Wednesday at 8 a.m., following with the equipment training for our employees. And in Lamar, we are currently working on the test and balance, which the company goes every evening to go and work on that. And we're pending about half of the equipment that was installed. So hopefully by this Friday, we'll be completely complete with those HVAC projects.
For both Lamar and Rowe.
Correct. So row natatorium, the large and small pool replastering have been completed for about a month or so, and repairs were all done. Now we are pending the equipment installation, and great news, this Friday we'll start the installation of the equipment. So we had to wait a little while as for Coach Patch. He requested for us to start this Friday, so like that we wouldn't work into the kids practicing and whatnot. So estimated completion is approximately 10 days. We are also working on the Travis roof, which we could say we're about at 70% complete on the roof membrane, and currently working on roof curbs for the HVAC equipment on the 200 wing, which is on the west side. The commencement will be on Friday because we have to bring down all the HVAC equipment, and we don't want to do it while we're in school. So half of the equipment will be done this break, and the other half will be finished on the second break, which will be on the winter break, because substantial completion is scheduled for February 2024. Okay, we also have our surveillance camera upgrades, which is at De Leon and Morris. So right now we're looking at a completion time of December 2023 because we have some manufacturer delays. So we're waiting on some equipment, but the cameras are fully functional. So here we have Roosevelt Elementary kitchen improvements, and we are currently working on the roof, which is the connecting hall to the cafeteria, on the lighting, floor tile, wall tile, electrical components, plumbing, and the walk-in cooler freezer. Over at Rayburn, it's very, very similar to Roosevelt. So we are currently also working with the roof, the connecting call to the cafeteria, the lighting, the floor tile, the wall tile, electrical, plumbing, ceiling grid, and the walk-in cooler freezer. Over at Garza, we are currently working on the electrical and mechanical equipment, wall tile, floor tile, and outdoor ramp. Over at Wilson, we are working on the ceiling grid, the electrical, wall tile, plumbing, and the grease trap. So the McAllen High School field sports lighting. Power was connected by AEP, but we are pending the electrical transformer to be delivered to get powered up by the company, by Hellas. Okay, and over at the press box. So the installation of the windows are complete while the installation of the metal wall panels continue and the roofing system is still ongoing. Damp proofing and waterproofing is ongoing. Tape and float is ongoing. Special systems installation, as mentioned previously, it's the fire alarm, the intercom, and all of these components are being worked on to go along with the fire sprinkler and so on. Let's see. So the upcoming projects, our Network Operations Center, which is a NOC, that one's gonna take a little while. We have met with the contractor. They have been issued a contract, but this equipment has large amount of lead time. So we're looking probably to start maybe in the summer on this project. And it's something that the contractor or us, we don't have control over. We have the stadium fiber installation as well. That one, we're working on a contract with a contractor, and hopefully in the near future, about approximately 2 weeks, everything will be going. The contractor gave a certain amount of time, so we're working with them to make sure that if they are okay with that amount, and if not, so like that, we could go with what the district originally requested on the days of completion. And of course, we have our camera and intercom upgrades at Memorial High School, which will be getting new cameras and new intercom system replacement. Travis Middle School will only have an intercom going in, and the instruction and guidance will have both camera and intercom. And then Mr. Morales will present on the castle rounds.
Thank you. I get the last page. Nice and sweet. We continue to do castle rounds. We work with our campuses hand in hand. There's been some recent change with our castle rounds. We went to once a month instead of once a week. But everything that is considered castle or anything that needs to be done right away, of course, we work on with our work order process as usual.
Y'all meet with the principal, or who do you meet with for the castle round?
The castle round is a walk that's done by an administrator. Most of the time, it's an AP, an assistant principal, with a custodian along with a police officer.
Was it changed to once a month, because we weren't seeing a need for it, or why did we change it?
I think we were seeing that it was, I'd hate to use the word overkill, but it was being redundant. Week after week, we were seeing the same reports come in, the same work orders come in. So it allows both the campus more time to do the administrative stuff, and it allows us a little bit of time to catch up.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for Ms. Ortiz, if I may. Thank you for your report, Lord.
Yes, sir.
On the natatorium, you mentioned a couple of times install equipment. What equipment is pending to be installed at the natatorium?
All the pumps and whatnot, heaters, everything that goes in with the pool. Just all the equipment is being replaced, so that will be going in. So the contractor does have it in his yard, so come Friday, he'll be bringing it on over, and it's the whole complete equipment replacement.
So the work that was being done up to this point was focused mainly on the plastering of the pool?
Correct.
Okay.
All the repairing, there was a lot of repairs, if I'm not mistaken. There was 4 water leaks
Okay.
that were fixed throughout the whole area.
Now, water leaks, are you saying from the pool or from the piping? Or
It was
both?
from the pipes and,
From the
and
pipes.
it was from drains, from pipes. It's different areas.
So everything that's been done up to now is getting everything prepared so that the next phase, which is the actual
All the
equipment, the
equipment.
heaters, all of that, the pumps, the filter systems, all that is now
Correct.
gonna be in
And the
place.
filter system was the one that last came in, so that's why it was a bigger delay on the equipment coming in. So it was about 2 weeks ago when they called us that everything was in, and, well, now it's here, and we're looking forward for that for Friday.
Makes sense, makes sense. And this is all within budget that the board had already approved?
Correct.
And so-
Everything
so
within
So
budget.
far, everything's within.
Yes.
What's the anticipated completion date of all the equipment, everything installed and it's completed?
From this Friday, it's about 10 days that the contractor is estimating. After the substantial completion, we look for 30 days so like that they could completely do a final. So it's punch list items.
Gotcha.
So hopefully by the end of December, we'll all be completely.
Yeah. And how often is staff monitoring the work being done on the natatorium or any other projects that we've been reported on?
It's only me, so I monitor it on a daily basis.
Okay. Do you go, does that mean you go on site and observe and
I
see?
have to go on site,
Okay.
onto the job sites. If it's not one, another contractor calls me to another. I have meetings in another. So on a daily basis, I have to go and visit the job site. Like the natatorium, there's nothing going on right now. So I have to, just if concerns come up, Coach Patch or Mr. McCleany call me up, I go by. The kitchen projects, if there's a concern, if there's a meeting, I go out to them, and then we have other items, so I have to carry on, like the warranties, upcoming projects, ongoing projects. So I have to take turns on some of the projects.
Okay. And when you do the walkthrough, do you have a checkoff list and a report that you prepare and document those walkthroughs?
Well, it's all already mentally, it's something that comes natural. So you actually just walk the site and make sure you walk with the superintendent of the job. We have a schedule for the job. So I kind of just mentally have a checklist, but not physically. So we just try to keep on schedule.
So
But-
are you using the vendor's checklist of the work that should be doing given? And you're using that as a guide to monitor their
Well,
progress?
during the construction, you really don't have a checklist. At the end is when you have a checklist,
Right.
when you're actually gonna check out to do a punch.
Right.
Your punch list, and then you do your back punch. So
Gotcha.
that's when you have a punch list. But I do monitor it with the contractor's schedule, is what I go off of.
Yeah, because what I was impressed was when we toured the site for the collegiate high school, they had the board on the wall, and I know you're familiar with it.
Yes.
And they had the list and the schedule for all the trades and the timelines for, I thought that was really impressive. And for me, that would be a very quick reference as to where they are and where they aren't. And then when you walk the site, you would see exactly what was being done. And I'm sure that's what you do, so,
Yes, that's what
Right.
we have to refer ourselves back to.
got you. Makes sense. Thank you.
And to elaborate on trustee Saldivar's, just to make sure that all of the equipment that was spec'd out is the equipment that was actually delivered and installed. We do all of that verification as
Correct,
well.
and the engineer also is the one that assists in that. So all the specifications, there's submittals that are submitted, and I'm sorry,
Who are the engineers?
that one is Chanine for the natatorium, if that's what you're referring,
Okay, yes.
that project, yeah.
HVACs, all the HVACs that were currently reported on today, again, these were all recommended by administration, board approved, contracts awarded. There's no
Yes, sir.
emergency equipment being replaced at this time for any HVAC?
Not those two.
Okay, perfect. And the press box, what's the anticipated completion date?
Right now, the contractor's looking, or the district is looking into, hopefully the end of December.
Okay. Again, any issues or concerns so far?
No, it's just manufacturer delays still with the elevator. We're still waiting for that. We had a situation with AEP also, of course, not the engineer, not us. We can't control it, so we have to wait for them to come out and power our transformers up. We have a delay like on the stairs. So there's stuff that comes up that we have no control over.
Okay. You mentioned a moment ago about the fiber optics, and you said you needed them by a certain time frame. If not, you were gonna go, if I understood correctly, whatever the district had specified?
And that's the new project?
Yeah.
That's an upcoming project. So the district specified, if I'm not mistaken, 60 days. And they came back and said, I could do it for you in 13. And we're like, oh, we really don't want to, right? It's really like, you have to get your materials and whatnot. So it would really put us in a predicament to where we're expecting 13 days. And then they're going to get hit with liquidated damages, which is $250 a day, which it's not convenient for not them, and then we're putting them in a situation, but in reality, we know how this works, and we need to make sure we allow them the amount of time that they need, and a contract lasts for, let me see, usually we get a contract within anywhere from 2 weeks to a month. So then by the time we issue, we have to do our pre-construction meeting, we have to issue our notice to proceed, and they start counting as you issue the notice to proceed. So they have to get a contract, and in order for them to order materials. So then time is running on them. So we're waiting on that information, so purchasing will be getting back to us to see what they're going with.
Now I understand. I had misunderstood. I thought there was a different type of equipment
No.
that was specified other than it's time-wise. They were trying to do it in a quicker time, and you prefer to stick to the schedule that the district had provided for.
Yeah, because I guess they
makes
don't
sense.
know how it works.
Yeah.
And they're telling us, we could do it in 13 days, but that's just labor-wise.
Right.
There's a lot of other stuff that happened within the time that we need to allow the time. So like that, we don't come back and say, hey, you didn't finish on time, because we have to follow by the contract dates.
Gotcha. Thank you for your report, Ms. Ortiz, Mr. Morales, very well done. Okay, thank you, Madam President.
I have
Good job.
one very brief question. I think you mentioned that the natatorium was like a 10-day project? Is that what you
Just for
said?
the equipment.
For the equipment. So, I guess all told, is that going to affect our athletes' use of the facility at all?
No, not at
Okay.
all. That's why we're doing it in that time
Okay.
frame, because we let Coach Patch and Coach McLeany, Mr. McLeany, I'm sorry, know that it was gonna take 10 days, so that's why they chose that time period. So like that, we wouldn't affect the kids at all, because it's the time period that they're off, which is our Thanksgiving break, and then when they come back, it'll be the 10 days. So the contractor was stating, no, you know what, we can do it in 5 to 7 days, and I said, are you sure? Because we've got Thanksgiving, people gotta take that break as well.
Very well.
So
Okay.
that's how we came up with the 10 days, and that's what we're looking forward to, 10 days. And after the 10 days, of course, we have to come back and do the punch list and whatnot, and then after that is when we could close the project up, when we come and review and make sure everything was installed correctly. Engineers' assistants come in, and we do our thing, make sure everything is running correctly, hope that all the equipment comes in fine and is functional, and, because you always have that little, the unforeseen items that come up.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
You're
Yeah, if they
welcome.
start on that Thursday, Friday, the 2 weekends and the 5 days, that's their 10 days
So
right there.
this Friday's when they told us, because I believe the
Yeah.
kids head out somewhere. So this Friday's when they head out, and then we'll have the 10 days from there.
Okay, makes sense.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ortiz.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good work.
You're very welcome.
We're now on item 3B, report regarding enrollment and attendance. Dr. De Hoyos.
Yes, this is a report from our Strategic Partnership and Student Outreach Department. This report will include an update on enrollment, recruitment, and recapture efforts. This will also provide an update on the department's contribution toward the average daily attendance. Mrs. Lisa Cavazos, Director for Strategic Partnership and Student Outreach, will share more information. This item is for information purposes only. Ms.
Good afternoon, trustees, Board President Ali Seda and Dr. De Hoyos. I'm really happy to be here with you guys. It's been a minute, so I have some great information to share in a short amount of time. So this is the enrollment story of the last 6 months. So we ended the school year last year with 20,232 students. As of August 28th, so just minutes before the first bell of first period of the first day of school rang, we had 19,930 verified registrations. That means that those moms, dads, guardians had completed all of their registration process, and those were the kids that we were expecting. We actually started the first day of school with 19,449, which is a low number, but 137 more than what we started this time last year. As of the time of this report, which is a few days old now, we were at 20,135 with a deficit of about 331 students over this time last year. So you guys have seen this before. This is an updated version of the daily enrollment story. So that top green line tells you where our enrollment is day over day over day over day. Doesn't look like much change, but when you look at the pluses and minuses at the bottom of that chart, you'll see that there is a lot of change on a daily basis. All of those black bars indicate students coming into the district, new entries, versus the yellow, which are students who are leaving the district. Now, this is a static picture of a very much living process. This is in real time. All day long, our campuses are busy enrolling, transferring students are moving from one school to another, new entries that are coming and moving, people who are moving away. This is just very, very, very much alive. So this is, as I mentioned, a snapshot. The total difference between first day and current day of school for this school year is 686 students in the positive. But there have been a total of 1,422 new entries and 407 withdraws since the first day of school. That is not including the number of students that we were expecting that did not make it to the first day of school. So we're going to dig a little deeper in those 1,422 kids that came in. Where did they come from? Well, first of all, I can tell you that we've had the biggest increase in pre-K and 10th grade. Pre-K, we are not surprised. That is typical. Youngest kiddos, and they come in a little later in the school year, typically, right? We are also at the highest pre-K numbers that we have had since the student outreach team started. So this is, and really, I'm 99% confident ever. We might be off by a couple of numbers there, but we are at our all-time high or very close to it for pre-K numbers. 10th grade, we usually see a 9th grade. So this is a bit of an anomaly, but we will take those 10th graders as well. That bottom chart there tells you where they're coming into. So new entries by campus with Nikki Rowe leading the way there for the district. We're going to take another look here at the 407. Now again, these are students that have withdrawn since the first day of school. This does not include kiddos that did not show up. This number is 152 less than that last year. So that means that at this time last year, we had lost 152 more students than we have lost this year. So we're better at retaining the students, which is a great thing. Where are those kids coming from? I'm sorry, where are those kids going? So good news here is that every single reason across the board that a student would leave is down. Student withdrawals are also at a 3-year low when compared to this time in the 2 preceding years, right? So by this time last year and the year before, withdrawals had been much higher already. The incidence of every type of withdrawal, as I mentioned, is down, with the exception of the other category, which is a problem because that means that we're not altogether sure where those kiddos are going, but that work and that investigation is ongoing. Most notably, and we're excited to report that leavers for homeschool are down 37.5%. So fewer and fewer families are leaving us for that option. We're working hard to bring those kids back to our district as well. When it comes to students who leave us for neighboring districts or other Texas public schools, these are the kids that we chase after on a pretty regular basis. And when it comes to those students, only 10.5% of them were here on a transfer from another district. So our strategy continues to focus on the 3 R's, recruit. So our community events, the fall is full of them. We're really excited to be engaged in a lot of things this season. And then also early childhood and learning centers. So we still maintain that if we focus at the beginning of that funnel, getting kids in, when they first start school, that is the key to keeping them engaged. Our retention efforts, we always leverage the transfer process whenever necessary, customer service always, and then leveraging the re-registration and end-of-year processes to make sure that we are keeping as many kids as possible in the district. And then our targeted outreach when it comes to recapture, going after those kiddos who have left us for other districts, for homeschools, for private schools, so on and so forth. You'll notice that our team is a little smaller. We had some attrition this year, but we are a strong and tiny, mighty team working hard for McAllen ISD. This is what I'm probably most excited about right now because it's new. It's our shiny new toy. Our student outreach team is contributing toward our ADA, or average daily attendance. So not only is it important that we bring students into the district, but we got to make sure these students come to school every day. So there's a lot of information up there, but I'm just going to kind of briefly highlight what we're focused on. Number one is data visibility. You'll notice that very colorful report. That report goes out weekly. What is on that report is important, but I really want to give you the kind of overview of the philosophy behind that report. First of all, you will see a week-over-week change. This is sort of like the grade book for a student's grade. This is the week-over-week grade book for attendance for each campus's average daily attendance. You'll also notice that there's some color coding going on there. You're going to see from last week to this week, did your campus have an increase or a decrease in attendance? You're also going to see some quartiles. So our campus leaders are extremely competitive, and we're going to capitalize on that competition by ranking them to see who's at the top of the list, and then also really promoting the sharing of best practices. So if you are at the top of the list, what are you doing? What kinds of things are working? What strategies can we invoke? So that bottom little inset chart there is daily attendance. So now we can also look, put your daily attendance over your calendar and figure out what things are happening when we have really high attendance and what things are happening when we have really low attendance. As simple as looking at the day of the week, the time of the year, things like special events, pep rallies, dances, homecoming, all of these things impact attendance as well, and they're highly predictable. So we can prepare ourselves and really promote attendance and how we schedule those fun extracurricular things as well. I'm really excited in the data work, but also in the adult culture that's going on. So that's the second part of the strategy. We are meeting on a regular basis with our campuses, right? We're digging deep into data. So we don't want to attack this with a net. We want to attack this with a spear, right? So for example, met with a campus and we were talking about big attendance strategies, and we dug really deep into the data to show that almost half of the students had perfect attendance, right? If you cut a little bit deeper, more than 78% of those students had been absent 2 days or less. So we don't have a campus-wide problem, we don't have a district-wide problem, but there is a very targeted challenge that we are working hard to uncover and then tackle that with very specific strategies. So this is the newest work. There are more questions than there are answers right now, but I'm really excited to be putting the power of the think tank and student outreach and our efforts behind attendance as well.
What's the magic number?
I was going to say, what's the magic
Ooh,
number?
so glad you asked. The magic number, our district goal is 96% daily attendance and for the year. That magic number will tell a campus how many students can be. We don't want any students absent, but that's the number that gets you to 96 for your campus.
Okay. So that's when you get the phone call at home, like.
That's right. And please come in because we'll take you better late than absent. That's the key.
And is this the 9 a.m. attendance or what time?
So for elementary schools, it's 9:45. For secondary, it's 10 a.m. And so what's exciting is that, and I wish I could show it to you, I will promise next time I will bring you a demonstration, but our amazing technology team has launched dashboards. So in real time, you get to see who's absent for first period. Then the clock starts ticking to get the work, or on the work to get the kids in before official attendance taking time, right? So now we're uncovering is transportation an issue, is all kinds of things, right? But the work is to get them in before official attendance taking time.
Awesome, I love it. I love charts.
I love what you said, better late than
Absent.
absent. Yeah.
That's right.
I mean, because
That's
usually
right.
you're like, oh, we're going to be late, might as well just stay home.
Yeah. It's too easy to do that.
Yeah.
We will take you, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right, that's right. Yes, sir.
I don't want to interrupt your presentation.
I'm
Do you-
done.
She done.
I'm
Oh,
done with
okay,
my
good.
last slide, yes.
Very well done, I just have
There you
a
go.
couple questions on, you mentioned about best practices. Can you share with us some of the best practices that you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I'll give you a great example. Downloading your data at 8:20 in the morning once first initial attendance has been taken and you get together your committee of callers, right? So you have front desk staff, you have counselors staff, you have secretaries. They're all on the phone with that data list and they're finding out where you are. Are you on your way? Are you sick? Make sure you bring in a excuse, thank you, and we are able to move the needle. So these calls started, for example, at our largest high school last week, and they were able to move attendance from last week to this week by 0.5 percentage point, which sounds like a very small amount, but is a huge move. Because if you can imagine, it's equivalent to moving your GPA. It's a huge, huge, huge effort to impact that number, and it's working.
Well, it affects the amount of return we get from the state as well.
Absolutely.
So, and that's help funds what we're trying to do. The other real quick, you mentioned pre-K and movement forward. How many non-qualified student slots do we have open right now? Does that make sense, that question?
Yes,
Okay.
so universal pre-K seats is kind of a moving target.
Yeah.
So the way we figure that is you get a campus gets 3 universal seats per every 17 eligible students. And the key is to fill the empty spots in a classroom without triggering the need for the expense for an additional teacher. So in most cases, it's about 3 students per section of pre-K. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but it's about 170, 180 students across the district. And we are fixing to launch that for next year as well. It'll open up December 4th.
But thank you, but how many, as I understood, and I could be wrong, the district had a target amount, a maximum amount from the district, and then you worked it by, as you just mentioned, by individual camp. How many slots are remaining unfilled in those campuses?
Got you. I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Okay.
I know that we are not full at capacity. The campuses that we do have slots at, we just don't have a demand for at this
Gotcha.
point.
And that's all I need to know. You don't need to go get the info and send it. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for your report.
Thank you, Mrs. Cavazos. We are now at 5 o'clock, so I would love to entertain a motion to adjourn our workshop.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Delgado and second by trustee Peña. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. We will now start. A regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the McAllen Independent School District will be held Monday, November 13th, 2023, beginning at 5 p.m. in the Dr. Ricardo Chapa Boardroom of the Administration Building of the McAllen Independent School District located at 2000 North 23rd Street. Items listed on this agenda may be taken in an order other than as shown on this agenda. Unless removed from the consent agenda, items identified within the consent agenda will be acted on at one time. At this meeting, there may be discussion and action by the board on the items and subjects listed as follows. Item 1, call the meeting to order. I have done so at 5:01 p.m. Item number 2, we will have a moment of silence, and you are free to pray at this time as well, or just gather your thoughts. Thank you so much. We will now move to item 4, public comments. Oh, I'm sorry. We went item 3, the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I love that. Now we will move to item number 4, public comment.
The school board encourages public comments at all board meetings. According to board policy BED local, board meetings and public participation and related district administrative procedures and practices. Persons wanting to make a statement to the board are required to register with the superintendent's secretary 1 hour prior to the start of the scheduled meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the early stages of a meeting. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless requested. Each participant is limited to 2 minutes per meeting to make comments to the board. At regular board meetings, the board shall permit public comments regardless of whether the topic is an item on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. At all other board meetings, public comments shall be limited to only items on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. The board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. If an issue mentioned is on tonight's agenda, the board will defer discussion of the issue until the appropriate time during the meeting. Should the speaker drift from the stated subject or becomes disruptive or abusive, he or she shall be given 1 warning. If a second warning is required, then the speaker may forfeit the remaining time allotment. The board shall not tolerate disruption of the meeting by members of the audience. The board has adopted complaint policies that are designed to secure at the lowest administrative level a prompt and equitable resolution of complaints and concerns. Please refer to the following policies. Student and or parent complaints should refer to policy FNG. Employees refer to policy DGBA, and citizens can refer to policy GF. Copies of district policies are available on the McAllen ISD website at mcallenisd.org.
Reuniones de la Junta Directiva, participación pública. En las reuniones ordinarias de la Junta permitirá comentarios públicos independientemente de si el tema es un tema de la agenda publicada con el aviso de la reunión. En todas las demás reuniones de la Junta, los comentarios públicos se limitarán a los puntos de la agenda publicados con el aviso de la reunión. Las personas que deseen participar durante la parte de la reunión designada para comentarios públicos deberán registrarse con el funcionario que preside o su designado antes del comienzo de la reunión, como se especifica en los procedimientos de la Junta sobre comentarios públicos, e indicarán el punto o tema de la agenda sobre el cual desean dirigir a la Junta. Los comentarios públicos se producirán al comienzo de la reunión, excepto a lo permitido por esta póliza. Los procedimientos de la Junta sobre comentarios públicos, los comentarios de un individuo a la Junta no excederán los 2 minutos por reunión. Cuando sea necesario para una gestión eficaz de la reunión o para dar cavidad a un gran número de personas que deseen dirigirse a la Junta, el funcionario que preside puede hacer ajustes a los procedimientos de comentarios públicos, incluido ajustar cuando se producirán los comentarios públicos durante la reunión, reordenar los puntos de la agenda, diferir los comentarios públicos sobre temas que no están en la agenda, continuar los temas de la agenda para una reunión posterior, brindar mayores oportunidades para comentarios públicos o establecer un límite de tiempo general para comentarios públicos y ajustar el tiempo asignado a cada orador. Sin embargo, a ninguna persona se le dará menos de 1 minuto para hacer comentarios. Se puede proporcionar información fáctica y específica o una descripción de la póliza existente en respuesta a consultas, pero la Junta no deliberará ni decidirá sobre ningún tema que no esté incluido en la agenda publicado con aviso de la reunión. El funcionario que preside o su designado determinará si una persona que se dirige a la Junta ha intentado resolver un asunto administrativamente a través de los canales de resolución establecidos por la póliza. En caso contrario, se remitirá al individuo a la póliza correspondiente para buscar resolución. Quejas de los empleados, DGBA. Quejas de estudiantes o padres, FNG. Quejas públicas, GF. La Junta no tolerará la interrupción de la reunión por parte de miembros de la audiencia. Si después de al menos una advertencia, funcionario que preside, cualquier individuo que continúe perturbando la reunión con sus palabras o acciones, el funcionario que preside puede solicitar asistencia de los funcionarios encargados de hacer cumplir la ley para sacar a la persona de la reunión.
Okay, we have 1 speaker signed up tonight, Ms. Oralia Sosa. Oralia? Okay. We will move to item number 5, the Superintendent's Report, 5A, National Youth Winner. Dr. De Hoyos.
Good afternoon. Recently, one of our Royal graduates earned the National Youth of the Year Award through the Boys and Girls Club of America. Alejandra Llanos is the first McAllen ISD student to ever win this award. We have a short video to share with you.
My biggest passion is giving back to our communities. The communities where we come from are where we grow. So I think it's important to give back what our communities give to us.
When she was at Rowe High School especially, she was involved in leadership, so she was involved in BPA. When it comes to Boys and Girls Clubs, she's always been part of our junior staff. So that is a workforce development program that we host. So she has been with both McAllen ISD and Boys and Girls Clubs since she was 7 years old.
Her message to the kids, well, look how far she's gotten. And just giving those kids some advice of how she did it, just giving them advice about getting involved and the importance of getting involved, that led to the success that she's had.
It's been a crazy experience, and I never would have thought that I would have made it this far. So me being here, it just shows that anybody from McAllen, anybody from the Valley can just accomplish the same and even greater, because I did it, and it just shows that throughout the support of our communities, our family, our friends, anything is possible.
We also have another student, a student at Lamar Academy, who started a club to help people learn to be financially literate. This project earned him a National Bezos Scholarship. David Munoz is one of 17 students in the United States and Africa to earn this award. We have a short video on him as well.
So it's called the Bezos Scholars Program, and it's a scholarship for youth who are willing to cause change within their communities. Around 12 scholars were selected from the United States out of the 1,300 that applied. Right now, the reason why I'm creating this project, why FLAIR was created, otherwise known as Financial Literacy and Advancement for RGB Equity, was necessarily because I got that chance to explore and talk to other individuals and network with others in order to make this opportunity happen within the RGB.
I think whenever any of our students do something so amazing, it reminds us that our kids are very capable. It reminds us that our kids are deserving.
I find that through FLAIR, I want to help people. I want to help young people try to achieve that financial literacy knowledge, because I do understand what that financial literacy knowledge can do. Like putting knowledge in inside of these young people's minds, that I could really cause change, and I could really change something within the poverty rate within the Rio Grande Valley.
That's wonderful. You see all these young students and you realize that our future is so bright. That's fantastic. Item 6, recognitions. We have none. 7, proclamations. We have none. 8, donations. We have none. 9, consent agenda items. There's 9A through 9M. Does anybody need anything pulled?
If not, Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda 9A to 9M.
Second.
It's been moved by Trustee Saldivar and second by Trustee Rivera to approve 9A through 9M. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. On page 6 of the agenda now. Number 10, instruction, human resources, district operations, business operations, and board of trustee items. 10A, instruction items. 10A1, report regarding intention to apply for grant to the school-based healthcare solutions network. Dr. De Hoyos.
In response to growing number of students who are in need of mental health counseling, the School-Based Healthcare Solutions Network is accepting applications for local education agencies and nonprofit organizations. Mr. Adrian Garza, our Family Treatment Program Manager, will share more information on the intention to apply for this grant. This item is for information purposes only.
I don't see him.
He's out there, Natalie.
Oh, I see him.
Yes. I guess we went too fast.
Yes. We're going lightning fast tonight, Mr. Garza.
Good evening, sorry about that.
No.
Good evening, Board. What we're going to be doing is we're actually going to be going after a grant. It's called School-Based Healthcare Solutions Network. It's a $5.5 million grant over the span of 5 years, and it's $1,100,000 million per year. Is it on? It's on. I have to just bend over a little bit. So what the idea behind the grant is actually it's school-based, so a lot of the work will be done on the campuses, a lot of what we do already with the family treatment program. So the method of actually rolling out the program and the grant is to ensure that students who are high risk or are exhibiting early warning signs of maybe a mental health diagnosis, we can actually offer those services with the intent to try and get the interventions in immediately and early, so that as they progress through the grade levels, then they learn how to cope and deal with the symptoms that they're experiencing. So, like I said, it's through a school-based network health solutions grant, and the deadline is December 1st, and we plan to be submitting that before then. Any questions?
Good luck. Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Garza.
Thank you.
Item 10A2, discussion and possible action of the 2023-2024 district performance objective goals. Dr. De Hoyos.
The district has set the 2023-2024 district objectives and goals. Mrs. Maribela Elizondo, Interim Assistant Superintendent for Instruction, will share more information. Administration is recommending action on this item.
Good evening, Dr. De Hoyos. Good evening, Dr. De Hoyos and Board of Trustees. Under provisions of Texas Education Code and the BQB local policy, every school district is required to develop a district plan to improve student performance. McAllen ISD utilizes a collaborative planning process, including community and staff input, to develop the district education plan. District and campus plans are developed annually to mutually be supportive of the state goals and objectives under Education Code Chapter 4. Throughout the school year, McAllen ISD desegregates student assessment data for every student, analyzes student data, and projects growth. Under Texas Education Code 11.252, McAllen ISD sets performance objective goals and establishes strategies for meeting those goals to include all student population. The district performance objective goals have been uploaded into your SharePoint and were shared with you last Friday. The A through F ratings have not been released and therefore are delayed until February. Dr. De Hoyos, at this time, the Board of Trustees, we are recommending action on this item.
What say you, Board?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Trustee Pena, second by Trustee Saldivar. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Item 10A3, discussion and possible action of the 2023-2024 campus performance objective goals.
The district has set the 2023-2024 campus objective goals and objectives. Mrs. Maribela Elizondo, Interim Assistant Superintendent for Instruction, will share more information, and administration is recommending action on this item.
Under the provisions of Texas Education Code and BQB local policy, campuses must set performance campus objective goals and establish strategies for meeting those goals for every student. Each year, the principal of the school, with the assistance of their campus committee and central office team, develops, reviews, and revises the campus improvement plan for the purpose of improving student performance for every student. Principals will also present a 30-minute executive summary which describes their instructional plan to the superintendent and the executive leadership team in the months of November and December. The 30 campus performance objective goals have been uploaded into your SharePoint and shared with you last week. In addition to the file shared with you, we want to give you an example and overview of our elementary, middle school, and high schools. Without further ado, tonight we have Mrs. Sonia Casa, Principal of Thigpen Zavala.
Good evening, Dr. De Hoyos and Board of Trustees. It's nice to be here again to talk to you about Thigpen Zavala and the great things that are happening there. We have an amazing team. I didn't bring any of the team members with me today because we have executive presentation tomorrow, and so I wanted to let them off the hook. I took care of tonight's. But we do have a great team that does some great things at Thigpen Zavala, so let me tell you all about it. Oops, wait a minute. How do I select?
I'll do it for you. Sorry. Okay.
Now we can do it? Okay. So today, for purposes of presentation, we're going to be focusing on the McAllen ISD strategic plan goals. We're going to focus on the first two, which is student achievement and student focus, as well as people development. So who are we at Thigpen Zavala? We are pre-K through 5th grade school with 493 students. We have Head Start on our campus. We have 7 sections of Head Start, so that's our little 3- and 4-year-olds. We have an economic disadvantaged group of 95.5, and at-risk population of 75. Emergent bilingual 70.4, Hispanic 99, GT 8, which actually has grown at least by double in the last couple of years. The mobility rate is 16. Typically, it's a little higher than that. And our special ed population is at 17%. TZ ratings over time. So back in 2018, we came in with an overall average of an 81. That was our grade back then with one distinction. The following year, 2019, we came in with some growth. We were happy about that, with an 82 and 2 distinctions. The following year was a difficult year for us, for everyone, but that was 2020. And something just started happening on our campus we were really coming together. And we were really looking forward to the spring of that year because we knew we were going to see the gains. But unfortunately, COVID came in. And that was the year that we did not test the students, so we didn't have a rating that year. The following year, we kept working though. The following year, 2021, again, no rating. And then we came in last year and came in with a 97. A 97 with all 6 distinctions. We're really, really proud of that. And right now we have a projected 92. And we are pending our distinctions, but what it looks like to us right now, from looking at the data, all of the distinctions, we have 4 of them that we are able to calculate. It looks like we're going to be getting those distinctions. So we're hoping for some good news when that final data comes in. Oops, I did something. Is Elizondo? There. Okay, there you go. Thank you. I got you. Okay. TZ's road to an A. Of course, the goal is always to get better. No matter how high you are, there's always room for improvement. So this is our road to an A in 2024. Domain 1, that's our student achievement. And this is where we look at student performance, basically pass-fail. How many of your students passed? How many of your students failed? This is typically where we tend to score a little lower. But this last year, we were very happy because we had an overall scale score of 90, which when Gloria Rivera came over to our campus, she's like, wow, because that one, especially for a population like ours, it's hard to hit that 90. So we're very, very proud of that. And in 2024, for this spring, we are shooting for a 63, which will scale into a 91. So we'll see some improvement there. For Domain 2, that's student progress. This recognizes the impact of highly effective teachers. In Domain 2A, we have an increased score we want an increased score from a 77 this last year, which was a scale score of an 84. That was our only B. In the whole picture, that was our only B. So we're hoping to get that component score of an 85, which will take us to a 90. That's our goal. In Domain 2B, we are looking at a floor of 63 with economic disadvantage. This is where they take the economically disadvantaged percentage into the formula, and we're hoping for that 92. That's our overall goal. In Domain 3, we have closing the gaps. This maintains the focus on the students most in need, which typically tends to be our bilingual kiddos. Our emergent bilinguals, as well as our special ed students. Our emergent bilinguals typically do really well, but of course you saw the percentage, 70+%, which means our teachers are just masters at working with the bilingual students. So we typically do a really good job there. For a special ed population, we did really well. You see, we received a score of 94 there. That was our highest across the board. For special education, we have something called co-teaching. I don't know if you all have had much conversations about that, but we were given that opportunity by Mrs. Elizondo about 5 or 6 years ago, and we stuck with it. And it's proven to be such an effective way to work with our special education students. We do not have a unit. All of our students are in regular classrooms, but they are pulled out to receive that specialized instruction. And all of the students that would typically be pulled out for resource are provided instruction in the classroom by co-teachers. And so we have a co-teacher that are shared across the campus. And so they go into the classroom and they provide instruction in the classroom. And like I said, it's proven to be so effective. I know I've spoken to Dr. De Hoyos. I said, Dr. De Hoyos, you walk into those classrooms, I assure you, you're going to see students with very special needs, but I dare you to try to find one of them. Try to identify one. You cannot. because the students socially, that self-esteem, you can't see the difference. So we're really, really proud of that. And our distinctions, the way that we calculate those is we look at, of course, we're compared with those 40 other campuses, and we want to fall in that first quartile. So what we look at that score, that minimum score to get there, and then we add 8 points, because that gives us that cushion. So if we kind of fall in there, we know that, okay, we'll probably make it to that top 10. So that's our goal there. So if we make this happen, we're looking at an A again this following year. And that's actually our goal. Right there, all those little circles there, we want a 90 all the way across. Next, I didn't get that. Whoops, sorry. Try again. Siri again.
We got it, we got it.
She wants to present for me. Goal setting. So once we have our goal for our campus, then we turn around and set individual goals for the students. So the students, of course, are a big part of this. We have our data wall set up, and we know what it is that we need to obtain in order to make our goals. Of course, we need to know the targets. What is the grade? What is the grade for approaches? What is meets? What is masters? Everyone needs to be very familiar with that. And then we start setting our goals. In the bottom picture, you can see how, and this, the instructional coach, the literacy coach, we all work with the students to look at their progress chart, to track the progress, and we kind of we help the student set their goals. Sometimes we set a goal for them that the teacher has set for them, and they want to go a little higher, and we go a little higher if they feel like they can do that. So, but it's a lot of talking, a lot of discussing, and what that means. And then we instill the growth mindset in our students. It's just about that little growth. You don't have to get that 70 if that's your goal. You don't have to get that 70 right away. But you know what? If you were at a 55 and now you're at a 60, we're going to celebrate you. And so we'll have either growth parties, growth parades. At the bottom, you can see other celebrations that we've had. But basically, we really push the growth mindset. Even the AR, you only read 8 points last 6 weeks, but look at you now. You're at 12. Good for you. And we make sure we celebrate them. On the top, you can see track progress. That's what one of the tracking sheets looks for the students. And they have one for reading, one for math, and for 5th grade, they have one for science as well. And so we basically put the score from the previous year if they're 4th and 5th graders, and then we track their benchmarks to see if they're meeting that goal. And sometimes they meet that goal right away, and so we bump the goal a little higher. But we typically allow the student to kind of push us to do that. We have individual conferences with the students to see how they're doing. And then we have conferences, the student has a conference with parents as well. And then, of course, at the bottom are celebrations. And we have tons and tons of celebrations throughout the year. The next is that we are aligned. I can't say enough about our coordinators in our district, from our math department to our science department with Stephanie, with our reading department, our ELAR department with Patty, Sandra, Tiffany, Robert. Oh my gosh, they're incredible. And I will tell you, they have been our biggest cheerleaders because they know that our teachers have a tough job ahead of them. And so they've always said, we're rooting for you, Sonia, we're rooting for your campus. And so we make sure that we're completely aligned to the district. We do have our minute requirements, if you see it up there. That is our instructional program overview. Basically, that tells us how many minutes are required, how our day is going to be set up. And then we just kind of plot in our master schedule. But those are the requirements. We follow that to a T. That's what we follow. And over to the right, you can see how teachers are dressed as nurses with their little surgery gear. And they were doing an activity there with dissecting text structures, features, I'm sorry. And they were doing that at a 6 weeks rollout, had a blast, came back, and they did it with the students. So that's one of the things that we hear very often from Sandra, Tiffany, Patty. They'll come over to campus because they say, we know we can always bet our money on when we present it, we're going to see it on your campus. So we're really proud of that. We have teachers that really, really trust our ELA department. Our people development, which is the next slide. These are some things, of course, we've got to continue to develop our teachers, make them stronger and stronger every day, every year. We have our PLCs, weekly PLCs, and this is where we do staff development. We will look at our lesson plans, we look at our activities, we plan together. Our T-tests, we've done something that we're very, very proud of this year with our T-tests. It's our evaluation system. We've gone a step further because our big focus for our campus is writing across curriculum. Because as you know, you may have heard, it's a big part of STAR now. It's a huge part of STAR. With TELPAS also, which is the assessment for our bilinguals, which we have a high percentage of, one of the biggest weaknesses of our students is speaking, as you can imagine, and writing. And so when we work on and we make writing across curriculum our focus, we know we're going to make stronger learners across the board, and they will be successful across the board. So our goals for all teachers are writing across curriculum, and we just kind of adjust them grade level by grade level. Our SLOs, which are our student learning objectives, again, they target writing across the curriculum. And then we did our annual T-test training this year, very different than we have in the past. Because many of our teachers have been with us for a while now and we've grown together. We did our annual training through the lens of distinguished teacher, which is the highest level on T-tests. Because teachers always want to be distinguished. All of us do. You know, you want that highest level, that mediocre that everyone says, it's great. Nobody wants that one. Everyone wants the extreme. So I said, okay, that's what we're going to do. We're going to provide training on what a distinguished teacher looks like. So you can really know this is what it takes. This is really what it takes. So it was a full day of training, and I think it made for a great beginning. And now that they send me little posts, little text messages, and they say #distinguished teacher. They just want me to know what they're doing. And so it's just fun. We just have fun with it. And of course, they're doing great things. Also, instructional rounds is how we build each other up. Peer-to-peer, we do peer-to-peer on campus. And this year, we were very humbled to be a place where we have 12 campuses that have come to visit our campus, that have come to visit our school. They visited our ELA classrooms. They have visited our SciTech lab, our science teacher. She's at the point where she says, don't tell me when they're coming, just let them come in. Because I have to prepare, I get nervous. And so we've had 12 campuses that have come and observed our 5th grade science teacher. We had a score of an 87, which was second only to Gonzalez Elementary, which is a great place to be. Of course, they had 100, but you know what? It's a great place to be when you're second only to Gonzalez Elementary. We're very, very proud of that. Walkthroughs as well. We conduct those daily. Coaching also. Mentoring. We have lots of mentoring going on across the campus, whether they're new to the grade level, new to the campus, or something new that they're learning. Model lessons. We have our instructional coach, our instructional coach and our math interventionists also that do model lessons, plus they do that with each other as well. And then our weekly planning that we work on together. But we have a great collaboration, great teamwork, and it's all about getting better. Our students performing at higher levels, and in order to do that, we have teachers that have to be performing at higher levels as well. And that's my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Casas. We're super proud of Ms. Casas and her leadership. Thank you.
Any questions?
I do have questions, Mrs. Casas. Yes.
You're not done.
You're almost out the door, but sorry.
Yes, sir.
First of all, looking at your reading scores over the last that you have on the chart, and very impressive. Very impressive, because as you know, that's the key. If you can get them to read really well, especially at the 3rd grade level, and master that, they will do well in the other subjects, and you've done that. I just want to start off with that and commend you for that effort.
We're very proud of
especially on the English language learners. I mean, that's impressive. I'm also impressed at the fact that you have so many students inclusive of special needs, special education students. How many special education students do you have there in an inclusive
across
environment?
the board, we have about 57.
Wow.
12 that would be in a unit right now that are in regular classrooms.
wow. That is impressive. That really, really is.
It's tough to start, let me tell you.
No.
We went through some growing pains, but now that we see the successes, we wouldn't have it any other way.
No, definitely. I've always been a proponent because it happened to my daughter. And once we got her into, and by the way, she was the first student in that district that was inclusive. This was 30-something years ago. She's about to be 40. As a result, the gains we saw compared to what we were projected to live with, and she was going to have to live with, light years. If that had not happened, and if what you're doing has not happened, is not happening right now, those families are better because of the fact that you put them in an inclusive environment. So I commend you for that. How many teachers that are first-year teachers do you have in your school?
First-year teachers, I have one.
One.
Trying to think.
That's okay.
Yes,
If you can't think, then that's pretty good.
I have one.
Okay, very good. Excellent. Well, I like the mindset that you talk about every student, as you know. That's fundamental. It's not about all, because that's like going through a buffet line, but when it's individual, then it's individual, just like a serving tailored to that person.
Exactly.
So that's where you really get the gains clearly in what's happening on your campus. So I just want to take a few minutes to commend you for that and to say that publicly so that you know that we support your efforts and will continue to do so.
Thank you. We have a great, powerful team at home, back at school, so thank you
Definitely.
for that.
God bless. Very well.
I just
Wait, me too, yeah, don't know anything. I just want to commend you and everybody else, the performance at every campus, the dedication that it takes to get those kind of rankings. And this might sound a little nitpicky, but it's something I always do. You kept talking about T-tests, and while everybody in the room knows what a T-test is, we have the general public that's listening, and so I always want acronyms to be described. So just tell us what T-test is for the public that's
the
listening.
instrument that we use for teacher evaluation.
Okay, great. And I only do that because I got a text message that
thank
said,
you for that. Thank
what
you
is
for
she
that."
talking about when she keeps saying that? And so just for clarification purposes. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Very briefly, Ms.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Ms. Casas, I'm going to echo what everybody is saying. This is hugely impressive, and I don't think I've had a chance to go to your school yet, but I'm
You need to come over.
excited for that
I
opportunity.
invite you all to come. Please come.
Yes, it is
It's a
hugely
great place to
impressive
be.
what y'all are doing. And I know you mentioned Gonzalez, right? You're only second to Gonzalez. And I know that they're way over capacity. So how many spaces do you have for other wonderful kids to come to your school?
We do have
Lisa
space.
Colasso will sign them up.
We do have space. We actually had a huge mobile home park that closed. That's by the baseball park out there on Ware. We lost 100 students like that when it shut down. So we saw the enrollment drop drastically. And so we do have space. That's why we have 7 Head Start classrooms, because we have the space for them.
Well, I look forward to getting you more students in those classrooms.
Yes.
So, good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I was just going to ask, you talked about your instructional coach and your progress monitoring coach. How are those paid? Are they paid through ESSER stipends, ESSER funds, or? You can get back to me on that.
I think it's happened, no, not ESSER.
State and federal?
Not ESSER. We had an interventionist, early literacy interventionist that was paid through ESSER, but we no longer. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, the T-test stands for Texas Teacher Evaluation and Support System.
Thank you, thank you.
I exited, sorry. Okay, so next we have Dr. Camacho, and she will be presenting from Fossum Middle School and all the great things that are happening there. Okay, Dr. Camacho, you're ready to go.
Can you hear me just fine?
Yes.
Great.
I love that.
Well, before I get started, good evening, board. Good evening, Dr. De Hoyos. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to have me present on behalf of Fossum Middle School and also representing our middle school colleagues. Very proud to be up here today and presenting our action plan for this school year. This is our mission statement, and it was important for me to start off this way so you know what lays the foundation at Fossum Middle School and everything that we do. One of the most important things for us at Fossum is that we're creating this environment for our students that is not only a positive place for them to be, but it's a nurturing environment where they will be educated at a high level, and they will be prepared for not only high school, but for life beyond high school and become productive citizens within their community. And so you can see some images there that not only shows the great pride that our students have at Fossum, but also the great things that are going on in our classrooms. Our students are challenged day in and day out, regardless of the classroom that they're in, to excel at a very high level. The district alignment that we have, and I know this is consistent with all of our other middle schools, is everything that we do is in alignment with our 4 goals: student achievement, the people development, facilities, and financial priorities. In addition to that, I attribute the success at Fossum to the leadership model, and this applies to everything you will see in the classroom, to the way we run our meetings, to the way we run our lunch duties. Everything has a system and a process for how we do it. Our success is also attributed to the framework for student learning. All of this is what I say leads to our success at Fossum, and we're very proud of the success that we've had. To give you an idea of our campus demographics, currently we have 818 students. Out of the 818, 63.7 are economically disadvantaged, and I was sure to not include any acronyms for our board. So economically disadvantaged is 63.7%. Emergent bilinguals is 31.5% of the 818, and 14.8 are special education, students receiving special services. We included our accountability rating over time, starting from 2019. I have been at Fossum Middle School since 2021, so I came in during the year that the district and the campus were not rated. But you can see how we have made some significant gains over the years. I'm very proud of where our preliminary data stands as of now. We are projected to have a 91 overall and all 7 distinctions met again. So very, very proud of our Fossum team and our teachers, our students, and also our parents. You know, we can't forget our parents because they send the students to school every day. And if they were not at school, we couldn't do what we do and the amazing things that we do in the classroom. So our success is also attributed to our wonderful parents. We give you a breakdown of Domain 2 here. Domain 2, you'll see that, actually I'm going to give you a breakdown starting with Domain 1 in case you can't see it. I know the numbers are a little small, but for Domain 1, our overall scale score was a 90. For Domain 2, we're highlighting Domain 2A, which you'll see the scale score is an 82, which put us at a B. So that is an area of growth for us, which you're going to see addressed in the coming slides. For Domain 2B, we sat at a 91. And our overall letter grade is an A with the scale score of a 91. So very proud of the work that we put in. Last year was a year of learning for all of us. It was a new assessment. It had new item types. There was a writing component. It was cross-curricular. And so it was a lot of uncertainty, not knowing if what we were doing was the right thing. And this validates that we are doing exactly what we need to do at Fossum Middle School. And we're so proud of the hard work of our students and our teachers. One of the things that we looked at was setting goals for this year, because once you're rated as an A, one of the hardest things is what are we going to do to stay at an A? And so we had to be very intentional with how we set these goals. We spent a day with Gloria Rivera's representative, and we set these goals with our department heads, our teachers, and our administrative team. Our goals for this year sit at a 92% for approaches, a 61% for meets, and a 33% for masters. That photo that you see on the bottom right is what we do with our teachers during our PLCs. We look at our data, and based on this data, we make data-driven decisions that lead us to the goals that you see on the screen. As you saw in the previous slide, the progress monitoring needs to happen, and it needs to happen intentionally. Our Domain 2B, which you saw was a growth, we need to be very intentional with how we track student progress throughout the year. This, we rolled it out to teachers 2 weeks ago, and this was important to do it within that timeline because of the benchmark that students are currently taking this week. And so every single student at Fossum Middle School has a tracker, which you'll see on, if this pointer works, you'll see it on the left-hand side. That's the scoreboard that all of the students received. Every student was given a 10-point goal from where they were last year. Now, a system is just as good as you monitor it. And so one of the things we told our teachers is we will monitor 2 checkpoints. We're going to monitor the fall benchmark, and we're going to monitor the spring benchmark, and then any other teacher tests that they have, they can also monitor that checkpoint. In addition to that, our students have trackers that they also track. Now, it's important that we know what the goals are, but even more important that the student knows where he or she is and where they need to be by the end of the year. Other reports that we use, we are a data-driven campus. We use Lead Forward, we use DMAC with every assessment, and that goes beyond our benchmarks. We also use DMAC for our teacher-created common-based assessments to make sure that we're tracking our progress over time. People development, and this goes far beyond teachers, even as administrators, as educators, we are always looking for continuous improvement. And so one of the things that we're very intentional about at Fossa Middle School is our instructional rounds that we do every 6 weeks. We developed a problem of practice, which is writing across the curriculum will always be something that we're constantly monitoring and getting better at. In addition to that, we're looking at the higher order questioning that's going on in the classrooms and the way the students are responding, and are they actually thinking at that level. So currently, that is our problem of practice for our instructional rounds. Our peer-to-peer, we select teachers that are not only new to our campus, but that are also new to a certain subject. So they could possibly be at our campus for 5 or 6 years and maybe you're a veteran teacher, but you're new to the subject. So we include you in peer-to-peer where we're developing you in that area so that you can feel more confident and learn from your peers, because we know teachers learn from great teachers, and so we're always giving them those opportunities to learn from each other. Walkthroughs are done daily. Feedback, we make it a priority to give them feedback as soon as possible so that they can correct whatever we observed. And of course, we couldn't do anything without our wonderful coordinators. They're amazing. They come to our campus consistently. Our teachers really trust their feedback and their coaching. And so we rely on our district network support a lot in all of our subjects in order to have our teachers get the support that they need so that our students can be successful. And our motto this year is Rise Together. You know, it's challenging being in a school, but when you have all of your stakeholders working together towards the same goal, which is student achievement and student success, then you will be successful. And so our motto, as I mentioned, is Rise Together. The photos that you see above depicts all of our stakeholders. We have our students, we have our parents, we have our wonderful teachers, our custodians, and of course our administrative team who is here with us tonight. I'd like to introduce them to you. I have Ms. Trevino here. Ms. Evans, and Ms. Williams, who's our school improvement facilitator. And, you know, I can't do the job I do without my wonderful team who's working just as hard as I am to make sure that our school continues to be successful. And I really attribute a lot of our success to our wonderful team as well. And that is our presentation for you this evening. And I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Camacho, and to your staff and everyone on the campus at Fossum. The parent involvement, that's impressive that you have that type of engagement, because you know that's the instructional core. It's the teacher, the child, and the parent. So I'm glad to hear that you put an emphasis on that and that's working. Your scores as well, it's impressive in the areas that you're working on, that you recognize that you need a little bit more in that particular area, but you can clearly meet that goal with the focus you have. How many students do you have and there are special needs on your campus?
We have about 110 students. It's about 14% of our population.
Wow. And how many of them are in self-contained or inclusive?
We have about 20 students, 2 classrooms.
Okay. Very good. And the peer-to-peer, I like that on the new subject matter. How many teachers did you have move into a new subject matter that you had to do a peer-to-peer stuff?
New subject matter, we have 3. New teachers to the profession, we have 2.
You have 2. Okay. I'm impressed by all of the presenters, and I've been on other campuses recently and consistently. And for coming from a business background, when you go into an operation and you ask a person a question, what's our number 1 goal? You expect that employee or that individual to know that. You all know those 4 goals that we have set as a board with the superintendent, and these are key, fundamental, what we call truths. We achieve those 4 consistently in our decision making, we're going to see the successes we're seeing at Fossum. I think it's valid everywhere else. So I'm impressed that that's included in your conversation and your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Camacho, for your leadership. Next, we have our high schools. Tonight, we have all of our high school principals here tonight to highlight some special systems that have been happening at our high schools and will continue this school year. In addition to the STAR EOC, the accountability system in high school brings graduation and CCMR. We have Dr. Canales, principal at McAllen High School. We have Mr. Ramiro Castillo, Dean of Instruction, representing Memorial High School. We have Mr. Carmona, principal at Achieve Early College High School. We have Mr. Fernando Gutierrez, principal at Instruction and Guidance Center. And we have Ms. Nino, principal at Lamar Academy High School.
Alfredo Gutierrez.
Alfredo's here as well.
Oh, Mr. Alfredo Gutierrez, principal at Nicky Rowe High School. Sorry, Mr. Gutierrez. So tonight we're going to go ahead and welcome Dr. Canales and Ms. Nino. They're going to be presenting on behalf of all the high schools, and welcome to the podium. And let me get you started real quick. There you go.
Good evening, Dr. De Hoyos, President, Trustee, and all our trustees tonight. Thank you for this opportunity to have our team represented as a high school here. Even though we're each our own high schools, we have a lot in common, and we work together as a collaborative team to support students here at McAllen ISD. So just as our colleagues from elementary and middle school focused on, we too center around our district strategic plan goals, and we're going to be focusing on goal 1, which is student achievement and student focus, as well as people development. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Canales to get us started on what accountability is all about at the high school level.
Hello, everybody. So here's our main focus here. We're looking at domain 1, student achievement, and that domain takes us through all the other different domains there. So we're looking at STAR performance at 40%. We're looking at college, career, military readiness at 40%. And then, of course, our graduation rate being 20% of our scores there. When we go through this here, you look at CCMR, right? You look at our aligned systems and processes that are taking place at each individual high school. So when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about every single high school campus. You look at EOC preparation classes, what we do for our students who are struggling in their core academics, so English 1, English 2, Algebra 1, U.S. History. You're looking at teachers' collaboration and growth and how we're supported by our content coordinators and directors. And then you're looking at weekly STAR EOC staff meetings with our teachers and our students to provide services for our students, right? Those that are ELL students and those who are also in special education programs as well. So when you look at the domains on your right-hand side there, you see the STAR domain. You see the CCMR right there on the right-hand side, STAR performance. You're looking at that 40% of the total score. On the next slide here, you're looking at college, career, military readiness. This is the goal that every single high school is working diligently to ensure that every single student coming out of our high schools has a point and that is college, career, military ready, right? So we want our students, when they get out of high school, to at least have that core curriculum to say, I can go to a college, I can go out into the career, or I can go out to the military and be ready to go. So we work really, really hard in providing our systems. So we know that our deans meet weekly with our master schedulers as well. Just this week alone, we've met with our lead counselor, and right now we're doing advisors for 11th and 12th graders. They're meeting with each individual student one-on-one to let them know where they are in each coursework. So are they meeting their IBCs or their industry-based certifications? Are they meeting those? Are they meeting criteria through TSI, the Texas Success Initiative, to ensure that they're college ready on their math, English, and writing exams? So they're meeting with the students saying, where are we at? What exam do we need to take? Where do we need to place these students? So it's a big, you see that tracker right there in the center? You're looking at a high school right there with 540 students. And that number there is live, right? So every day it changes. Once a kid gets a certification, that number comes down, right? So you're looking at that portion, excuse me, that portion right there. So when you look at those numbers there, you look at how many grads are on cohort. You look at sunsetting points of those that took their industry-based certifications. We get 20% of those that can still fall under getting their certifications in Microsoft Word or Excel, right? They lowered that number this year. So with those things there, you're looking at students who are, we have 3 students who are at Strides. We have 42 students who are in special education. We have hospital kids who are 46 kids in the classroom getting through hospital certification, getting their industry-based stuff there. So the college career readiness points are there. So every kid is tracked. We know every single student, where they're at, what they need, how they're going to get there. And then, of course, on the right-hand side, you look at your sunsetting goals there, 108, which is the 20% we talked about. And then we have 98 students that can qualify for those sunsetting goals there. All right, like we talked about earlier, the end in mind is to get every single graduating student a minimum of 1 college career readiness point. However, we do know that as a district, we're also looking at outcome bonuses, right? So how can the high schools get those outcome bonuses so our district can get that additional funding for our students, all right? So it's not just a matter of getting that 1 point in purple through college prep or through the TSI, but also how do they get multiple scores of those? How do we get our eco-disc kids to pass? How do we get our special ed kids to pass? So it's looking at every single student. On this next slide here, you can see the team approach there that we have. So for McAllen, Memorial Road, Lamar, Achieve, and UTRGV, you see how all those teachers there, or all those campus leaders, so you have your campus scheduler, you have your special ed executive director, you have your CTE counselor, your coordinators. So it's a big, big team approach, right? Of course, with the principal leading those discussions, but knowing that it's a really big system that we have in place, so it takes a whole community to ensure this takes place. Ms. Dino?
Thank you, Dr. Canales. So the last 20% of that 100% of Domain 1 is graduation rate. And the graduation rate lags 1 year behind for the current accountability year. So right now, the illustration you see there is giving us projections of who we worked on for last year. However, currently our 23-24 graduates is who we are focused on right now. So in next year's accountability, those students are calculated into that 20%. So every year it matters. We have no time to lose as our students are graduating, whether at Lamar Academy, we're graduating kids every day. At the comprehensive high schools and at Achieve Early College, they are looking at a more traditional timeline of May. So whether they're on a traditional timeline or at a self-paced like students, this is our goal completely, does not change. And so like Dr. Canales was saying, it takes a team approach. It's nice to be able to let graduation specialists know the work that they're doing. It's nice to collaborate with deans and schedulers from across the district to say, are we maximizing opportunities for students in the classrooms, as well with partners throughout our community to say, whether they're going to college, whether they're going to earn an industry-based certification, or they're going into the military, are they ready to leave, and are we able to track them when they leave, that they made that commitment moving forward. So we've been thankful to be able to earn an A in this domain for the last few years, and we continue that work moving forward to stay A-rated. And again, it takes a lot of conducting support meetings with staff that is inclusive in that graduation rate. So when we look to see, are they not just earning credits to graduate, but are they also getting that CCMR point at the end? Having a lot of one-on-one conversations with our students is very meaningful, because in the end, I think families trust us in what we're doing at McAllen ISD in the high schools, but also letting them know what the end in mind and how that translates to value when they leave us is really, really critical. It matters to families financially. It matters to families in changing their dynamics and their family tree as well. And so it takes everybody on the team to be able to say, how is it that we do this? Also, high school administration teams collaborate with teachers and support staff to get this done. So it's not just at-risk students, but it's everyone from our at-risk students all the way through our advanced academic students. No high school experience is easy for any student, whether they're, again, just barely trying to graduate or they're graduating with above 26 credits plus. And so collaborating across the district as well, we can call each other and say, you know what, this student is coming to my campus now. How is it that we can work to support the family? And this is an illustration of what we do as, again, deans and master schedulers, with our principals, and all staff, lead counselors, graduation specialists, to say every single student, 9th grade to 12th grade, are they moving forward by 6 weeks in what they should be doing and meeting goals. And so again, we just closed up the second 6 weeks on Friday. So at our upcoming weekly meeting, we'll be in there working with our district coordinator, Angela Allen, to say where are students at this point in time. A lot of factors go into if they're not pacing forward, but we also are able to take a pulse and say, where is it that we stopped, to find out why they're not pacing and progressing forward. So again, a district team developed, we developed this tracker as a district team for each high school to then enter this data and track it throughout the entire year. And overall, it's about people, right? It's about every single staff member knowing their value at the campus across all of our high schools. It's that human capital that no matter how many goals you set in place, if people do not buy into the mission and vision of what you're setting forth, the work will not get done. And we roll up our sleeves every single day as principals, as deans, as schedulers, as teachers, as custodians, as grad specialists, as counselors. It really takes a team effort. The attendance clerk calling to find out why our student is running late again. And so teaching and learning is our business, but we do it fantastic because of the support that we have. And so our teachers, our staff are working with us weekly through job-embedded staff development days, through professional learning communities centering around topics that are relevant at our own campuses and specifying them around the students that attend our campuses as well. They also are very supported by our district content directors and coordinators. And just like Dr. Camacho and Ms. Casa spoke, we like to learn from each other. So it's not just about students going to school to learn, but it's as us professionals to learn from each other. As high school principals, we like to network. As deans and master schedulers, we network weekly, and teachers have to network as well. What is it that I can take as strengths from your classroom to bring into my classroom, because I see the same student not performing the same way in yours and is the same student in mine. So administrator walkthroughs are there, more for support. It's been nice to go into a classroom that might not have that resource, or the clicker goes out. You can step out, get some batteries, and get the teacher just to keep moving forward. And so that's what we are there to do, is make sure that barriers are removed, there's not as many challenges for them, and that we just maximize what it is we do daily, which is teaching and learning. We meet with a campus leadership team weekly. It can span from smaller teams at maybe smaller high schools all the way to our comprehensive high schools, but there is a network of people that we're surrounded by, again, to execute the plans that we have in place for the year. And just ongoing progress reports and report card gradebook checks to help talk about alignment across the district. So a lot of the classes that are offered at our campuses we have in common, and teachers are collaborating across the district. So we also want to see what does that look like across the district. And overall, just that framework for student learning is, again, what it is we do, and we do it with passion. We do it with a lot of diligence, because these are students, and we were students at one point in time, and our teachers and our staff and our districts produced who we are today. So we hope to do the same thing. And overall, I'm very proud to be part of the high school team here at McAllen ISD and to work with these wonderful individuals. So thank you all for your time.
Some thoughts, I'm sorry. Wow. I mean, I can recall getting on this board and there were silos. Campuses weren't talking to each other. High schools definitely were not talking to each other. Everybody was onto themselves. I see some folks nodding. Remember those days. And if you had a good thing, you definitely didn't want to share it with anybody else, because now you had a competitor. So it's good to see the teamwork approach as a district and district-wide, but also within your campuses as well. I like the principal-led discussions. That is fundamentally key. You got to have a leader that has confidence and self-control of the emotions, et cetera, to be able to communicate with staff and get the thoughts of the points you raise about executing the plan, and that you involve the whole community. What I'm most impressed about, and right now you're tracking at 142 was the count I saw of students that are not quite on track to graduate on time, if I read those numbers. But that's a far cry from we were, as we recall, Mr. Canales, when we were in there having this conversation of the decimal point or on determining the top 11%, and we were so focused on that and not realizing there were 360 kids that were not going to graduate on time. And so what we've seen over the last 2 or 3 years is instead of around 1,400 graduating, we're closer to 1,700, almost 100%. And every time I would go to a campus, I remember the principal over at Rose said, I only have one student. This was about this time of year in December. I have one student, but they will graduate at the end of the year, and that person did. That's a far cry, and that's to the testament of the work and the collaboration that every single child getting an education, a quality education, takes that family out of poverty if they're there, and helps that family and that child succeed and move forward. So it's very fundamental. I like the network approach that you all are talking about, and that you're aligning throughout the district and collaborating consistently. So I thought I should share all that from our perspective. Is there anything from the board standpoint, since you have us here, that you think we may need to be thinking about, or maybe is a hindrance to what you're attempting to do at the high school level?
I know we get a lot of support, definitely from the board and from our coordinators. I know the coordinators help out a lot in instructing our teachers, right? Our school improvement facilitator helps out a lot in coaching up our students. So in looking at all those facets, I know when you all are looking at budgets, you all are looking at different things, is really considering those facets that it's a big team approach. It takes us to what the level that we're at, right? So I think this year we're all projected for next year's, right, is all of us at about 100% for graduation. So you're looking at us hitting all of our target students, right? 100% graduation, which is a big deal for high schools. You know, you see some people present, they're like at 89, 92, and you're like, I remember when we were there, right?
Yeah.
You know, you remember those days. But I think getting every kid and just focusing on they can do it, whether they're in special education programs, whether they're in our self-contained units, and how do we help those children to know that they can succeed and make it through, right? That we can just help each individual child to participate in that. And then people development that Ms. Nino talked about, right, is continue to develop our people, right? So there's a saying, I can't remember the author, but, you know, train people well enough where they can get a job. If they want to leave, they'll leave. They'll get a job for sure at our campus in our district. They'll find a place, but then treat them well enough where they stay in our district, right?
Yeah.
Where they stay at the campus. So that's the principal's job, to ensure that they're treated well, that we have the backup. You know, said, you need batteries, I got you. You need this, I got you. So we remove hurdles from our teachers so they can teach and do the job that they're doing. So they do an amazing job for us. Our teaching staff is the best. They do really, really amazing things for our kids.
Definitely, each and every day, and that's important. And they're doing it consistently, which is great.
I'd say as a campus leader, we appreciate the confidence you have in us at all levels of our district. The more confidence we have to lead, the more confidence it goes out into our staff. And while we may not know everything, we know who to call. I know, you know, just a police officer or a custodian, we tell them and we remind them, you might not be teaching in the classroom and you might not know the direct impact you have, but for us to show you what an event looks like because you set it up correctly is a good image to our community. To have the resources at hand, a teacher values that highly over maybe something I can't compete with tangibly in other areas. But we do appreciate that confidence in saying, okay, we're gonna get it done, and whenever you give us a goal or a challenge, we're gonna meet it.
Yeah.
So it's a great place to be at here at the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just really want to say thank you to all of you for all the hours, the long hours you put in. And when you talk about 100% graduation, and earlier we had a presentation by Lisa Cavazos on enrollment and how some kids have left the district and things like that. It's data like this that you shared today. It's your passion, it's your dedication that brings students back to this district. So thank you for all that you all do, and your team and our, you know, administrative team as well. Thank you so very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Appreciate that.
You know, it's also your culture that you, when I'm looking at you, all I see is Hans and Franz and the Spartan cheerleaders and all that. But that, you know, that generosity and giving of yourself to the community and to your students, they feel that and they feel respected. And we look forward to every year for the back to school bash to see what y'all are going to do again. But thank you so much to everybody for, you know, opening up yourselves and you know, just, you know, coddling all of our children in the district. So thank you so much.
We were going to come dressed
Yeah, that would have been all right.
We said no.
Well, the Spartan cheerleader over there too, so. Well, thank y'all so much.
Absolutely,
Thank you to all of our high school
Yeah,
principals. Thank you.
congratulations, everybody. Thank you so much.
Dr. De Hoyos and Board of Trustees, we're recommending action on this item.
What say you, Board?
I move to approve.
Second. It's been moved by trustee Saldivar, second by trustee De La Garza. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Item 10B, Human Resources. 10B1, discussion of revisions to Board Policy BE Local, first reading. Dr. De Hoyos.
Administration is recommending a change to BE Local. Todd Miller, Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources, will share more information. This item is for information purposes only.
Good evening. On October 30th, we brought the first reading for our BE Local to these areas up here in the top that reference any two board members, changing it from 1 to 2. And then there was discussion, and it was recommended that we make this bottom part right here where it says deliberation within the next 2 regular board meetings. So we wanted to tie it to a more specific time frame as compared to just deliberation at an appropriate time in the near future. So that's the reason we're bringing this back for a first reading.
I think it should be 1, and so I move to, for the board to move with approval of a second reading, or first reading again, that any one board member may request the subject to be included on the agenda, and also further down the next sentence, the same thing.
Second.
Can we have discussion?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
The second part of the amendment with the deliberation within the next 2 regular board meetings, so that would be not necessary if we left it at the 1? Or, because I think it still needs to be.
No, I agree with that. I'm not changing that. I'm only changing it to 1.
Okay.
The rest would, from my opinion, unless somebody else has another motion or another point, I'm fine with the other language. It's just, I think it should be 1.
I understood our discussion last time to be, so it would read, members have requested to be addressed are either on that agenda or scheduled for the next regular board meeting, because as it reads, that would be 3, potentially a month and a half or 2 months of delay. And when we have a 9-month calendar, that's a lot of time.
Well, again, at this point, the only motion to talk about, and we still need to talk about that one, and then I want to bring up what I think caused all this problem. And if you were here, and it's not the motion right now, but there's another issue we need to talk about that actually put us in this situation. And it's dealing with the agenda deadline.
I would move then to amend your motion, if you'll entertain it, that it be for deliberation within the next, or I'm sorry, either on that agenda or scheduled for deliberation at the next regular board meeting.
Well, if I may, I think we have to take them in steps.
Very well.
So again, my motion does not affect any other language. It's just that it be 1. And the reason I think it should be 1 is that historically, and I think it was mentioned that 80-some% of boards have 2 or more, and I mentioned McAllen ISD is McAllen ISD. And so I went back, and thanks to Mr. Miller and Mrs. Gosa and I, over the weekend, we found where we could only go back to 2004. And in 2004, back then, the board then, looking into the future, believed it was only 1 individual. And I don't know what it was before, but chances are it's been that way even further back. So that's a generation of a board that's always looking out that the First Amendment to us does not stop when we get elected. We have an individual right to express our thoughts. More importantly, I looked at board training for Boardsmanship 101, and it talks about the individual board member having a voice and bringing matters before the board for discussion, and I can read all those sections, but I'm not going to spend time. But the point being is that it has served us well. It has not caused us any issues of concern. What has caused us issues of concern is when we changed the agenda deadline from 9 days to 4 days. And I think that's became problematic, because that means you could turn in an agenda item on Thursday really 11:59 and you're in, and yet the rest of the board didn't have a chance, the superintendent and the president didn't have a chance to discuss it at their Wednesday meeting and preparing the budget because it just suddenly came up. So a former trustee who's now, I'll refer to as the judge since he's not here, he argued this point and he was right. And now I have a chance to try to fix it. If you were here, I'd say, you're right, we messed up. And so we need to also go back and look at the agenda deadline, change that. I think if we change that to what it was and has been until we changed it in 2017-18, and then this going back to 1, and then this other language that's there, we may have to now modify it a little bit because to the point you just raised, I think that's the right thing to do going forward. And that's what we were elected for. And I've had so many different texts and phone calls and friends say, that's why we elected you to do, is to represent a point of view, and you may be the only point of view. And I can tell you with going one-to-one, having been in a business when we were one-to-one, in other words, everyone in our company had computers. And coming to a district and seeing students, when I took my son to the university, and there were folks there who didn't own a computer, were worried how they're going to get a computer. So wait a minute, school districts should be preparing students to go to the college and university. They need computers. And I found out we had them at at Lamar Academy. They got computers from the district, but the rest of us didn't. So that was the catalyst for several months of discussion that led to an agenda item that led to going to one-to-one and actually saved the district money because one-to-one was cheaper than others. The fundamental thing that we need to realize is the ethics code. And nothing works in a vacuum. As a board member, if I have a thought or idea, I should first talk to the superintendent. And we should be having that conversation. I will tell you, I'm encouraged with the superintendent that we're working on today because it hasn't even started. I've had more communication with him in the last 2 or 3 weeks than I had in the last 6 months with the previous superintendent. I hate to say that, but that's a fact. And it was mentioned that a lot of this is communication. That's absolutely correct. It's communication, collaboration, and commitment to whatever we want to do. And that means if I happen to be not on the majority side, then I accept the decision of the board, but we had a chance to talk about it. We had a chance to decide. And we really should be meeting when we're making decisions. That's what we were elected to do. It's in the statute. It's in our policy. We come together to hear the presentations, the recommendations of the superintendent, not in isolation. Superintendent listens to our thoughts going back, and then we make a decision. And so I think we stay at one. We're much better off historically moving forward. And more important, we leave a legacy for those that come after us, that they too will have a voice here. The last thing I want to say is we have 2 Juris Doctorates here. We have 3 people with master's degrees, 2 going to have a doctorate in education. You don't need me with a bachelor's degree in government to second your idea. And you don't need anybody else. You know what you need to do. You know why you're here. And I know I have every confidence, just like the boards before, that we're going to do the right thing. Do we have an incident every once in a while? Yeah, we do. It does happen. That's where we as a board have to say to that person, you really need to talk to the superintendent. We need to at least, give us some time. But this notion that 2 people in those districts that have that, we're better than that. We don't need to have 2 people to put something on the agenda.
So I am of the opposite mindset. And I believe that the reason the majority of the school districts have amended it and updated this policy to include 2 people is because this represents the agenda for a board meeting, not a workshop, not a committee meeting. There are ample opportunities for trustees to raise their voice, their point of view. The agenda for a board meeting is to discuss things that the district is going to move forward on, is going to vote on. If you have something that's a reasonable thing that you want to bring to the board, it would be very easy to get a second trustee, a third trustee, a fourth, to agree with you to put it on the agenda. But if this is a way to stop from unreasonable things being put on the agenda. What happens when somebody wants to put something on the agenda is it goes to administration and they have to stop everything and work on it. So you could be going 100 miles an hour this direction and you have one trustee that could be asking for 20 things at every meeting, and administration has to stop, go this direction and work on something, only to come to the board meeting and realize that nobody has any interest in it other than one person. So administration, let's say 10 employees have been working on something for one person, And so it stopped complete progress. It's stopped everybody in their tracks to work on something that wasn't even something that board member could convince another person because it wasn't a reasonable suggestion. So I think that's the reason that the school districts have moved it to 2 board members, because if it is something that's reasonable, there's no reason why you can't get a second person to say, yes, I'll put my name on that, I'll happily put my name on that and submit it as an agenda item. Last time we talked about this, there was a conversation on saying that there are 2 people that know about it, going on the board president and the trustee asking. But 2 people knowing is not the same thing as 2 people agreeing. It's just because a trustee asks the president to put it on the agenda doesn't make that the president is in agreement. So that's not 2 people. And that's why I think that districts have updated their policy so that you can't have people that are constantly putting things on the agenda and constantly slowing things down, because a board meeting shouldn't last 4 hours because certain things are put on the agenda. There's an opportunity to have that point of view and that voice, and that is in committee meetings, that is in workshops, that's not in a meeting where you are voting on moving things forward for the district. And if it's not coming from administration, and it's not coming from a consensus of the board, it's not fair to have staff who are paid by the hour or paid on salary working on things that only one person is asking them for. If one person is asking them for information and working over the weekend and doing things, that's not fair. That's not fair for staff, that's not fair for administration, it's not fair to the rest of the trustees as well, because you don't have consensus that it's something that we all agree on. And there are avenues to have your voice. There's many avenues. You can pick up the phone, you can call somebody, you can do an information request, you can talk about it in a workshop, you can talk about it in a committee meeting. There are ample opportunities, but a board meeting that you have agendas to actually focus on to move this district forward, they should be quick, they should be concise, and they should be on to vote things up, vote things down. And I believe that that's why other boards have added it, have put that stop in there to have 2 trustees, because if it is something reasonable, there's no reason why somebody can't ask a second person, and you will happily put your name on there.
Madam Chair, only because you brought up the other opportunities as far as committee meetings, and I understand we use those, and I've been a part of them in the short time I've been on here, but you also brought up workshops. And in reviewing the policies over the past couple of months, I don't see any authority for workshops. And I may just be super stickler because that's how I am. I had a lobotomy in law school. But the problem that I see with the workshop is that when we don't have authority for it, then we don't have rules to follow, whereas the authority that we do have is for the regular board meetings or for special. So we know how to call them if we need to. We know what the parameters are. And I think that, I don't know where the workshops came from. I know we've had them it's not anything new, but I feel like we may be operating in a gray area that we don't have authority for, and that makes me a little bit nervous. Second to that, I feel, my opinion is that if we don't have, if our policies don't provide for workshops, then the community doesn't have an opportunity to participate in them. And I think that my hope is that we're able to be economical with our time or judicious with our time, but I do think it's important for us to have an opportunity to address these things in regular board meetings, whether it's we take, for example, the facilities and maintenance thing, when Mr. Trevino and his stand-in did a great job tonight, but that never really takes that much time, and I think that I would like to see those things done in a regular board meeting, if we can do it judiciously.
But to that end, if you have a second person in agreement with it and it's a reasonable ask, then you could get that second person to say yes, and it would go on the agenda. But if you were to ask for something unreasonable, this is a way to stop that. And so I mean, that's a reasonable request. To have 2 people say, I'd like to have that on the agenda, that's very reasonable. But if you have one person constantly saying, like, I'd like to talk about, what we're all going to wear next week, and I'd like to talk about on the agenda. I mean, that type thing is not a reasonable request, and that's why I think that that's in place, because the requests are 99%, they are going to be reasonable, but there is going to be that one request that's not, or there could be a future board member that could be constantly asking for things, and it's unreasonable. This is a way to stop that and to put that process, we have to pause, and you have to think, and you have to reach out to a second person and say, is this something reasonable to put on the agenda? Yes, it is. Okay, let's put our name on it. Let's go.
I think, I'm sorry. But do you still have the floor, so if you'd
No, no, I'm
still
sorry,
like
go
to
ahead. No,
continue. Madam President, may I?
Oh, please.
And when you say reasonable, unreasonable, that's subjective. You know, what's reasonable to you may not be reasonable to somebody else. And I think the power of one is just that. It's a power of one person to be able to bring an item before and discuss it. If nobody wants to discuss it, it dies there. And so I have to agree with Trustee Saldivar. I also have to agree with Trustee Regalado on workshops, committee meetings, which are other opportunities for us to discuss matters, get questions answered, and things like that. I do not think that a board meeting should be just come here, vote on items up or down so that we move the district forward. All the work that we do, every meeting we have, every interaction with staff that we have is meant to move the district forward. And so I think that, and I've made this cry since probably when I got on this board a couple of years ago, meetings, committee meetings, workshops that are before 5 p.m. are not conducive for community participation. As it is, if I have to come to a noontime meeting, I have to leave, 11:15 the latest to beat traffic to get here, or, and get here, and it's never an hour meeting. So I'm thinking I have to schedule out 3 hours out of my day to come here to a meeting. And even if I can access it online, which I have the liberty to do at my work, thank goodness, but not everybody has a job where they can just hop on and watch a noontime workshop or watch a workshop at 4 or anything like that. They're not conducive to community participation. And it should be once or twice a month. We are having meetings, 2, 3, 4 meetings sometimes, in a span of a couple of weeks, sometimes in a week. It's way too many meetings. It confuses the public, and the public should be able to say, oh, this Monday and that Monday, there's a board meeting. I'm going to schedule my time so that I can watch it because I want to be involved with my school where my children attend. So I think we need, if we're going to be wise with our time, then it doesn't matter if we're here till 10, 11, or if we leave at 7, whatever the case may be. Every minute that we spend, I understand some work was done over the weekend to get some of these answers. That's time that staff is spending doing work-related things. It's just too many, and it's not conducive in getting back to the matter at hand. I think every trustee is elected individually and equally. And if we want to bring something to the table, we should be able to do that without having to find somebody else who thinks it may or may not be reasonable, because we think it might be reasonable. We think it might be something the community wants to hear. And so that's my opinion on this matter.
If I may, I have yet.
Actually, let's go ahead and call the vote, because you've already spoken at quite a length, and everybody's already spoken at least one time. So let's go ahead. We have a motion on the floor by Trustee Saldivar.
Point of order, Madam President. You don't have a right to stop a person from speaking.
You've already spoken.
You don't have a right to stop a person from speaking. I'm sorry, you don't. You don't have that authority.
Okay, I will call the motion. Everybody's spoken.
If you
Go
were
ahead,
polite.
Trustee Saldivar. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I was going to say that you brought up a point that is not true. I wasn't going to say it that way, but it's not. I have not known in the 14-plus years I've been here that an item got put on the agenda that should not have been on there for discussion. That's all I was going to say. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Trustee Saldivar and a second by Trustee De La Garza, and the motion is to change that from any 2 to any 1, or to an individual.
Whatever the wording was before, leave it alone.
With the change, and this motion does not impact the blue of the deliberation within the next 2. That stays the same. The only wording that would change, according to this motion on the floor, is change it to any 1. Does everyone understand the motion?
It's to whatever the language was. In other words, do not change the language. Leave it as it was before.
However, it is changing the language of the deliberation within the next 2 regular board meetings. Everyone understands that?
That one still remains there for discussion, and we're going to discuss that next. There's two other items we need to discuss, in my opinion. It's the second language of deliberation, which is not part of this motion, and the other one is the item saying agenda deadline. That was historically changed, and I think that's what's caused a lot of the issues with last-minute items being put in. To describe your point, which is a valid point, because it did happen a couple of times, where within a very short period of time, something was put on the agenda and the administration was not prepared for it. I think if we change that to the way it was, we'll be okay, but we're not there yet.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is only impacting the number from two back to one. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. Motion passes 5-1. Would you like to make a second motion?
Yes. Well, I don't know if I want to make it. I think we need to discuss it because now it changes the dynamics. But before we get into that one, I think we need to go back to agenda deadline. I don't know if you all got a copy of the 2000. You can see historically it was 9, and I remembered it was a higher number. I just couldn't remember the number, and so I happened to find it on Sunday. I called Natalie this morning. She verified it was a copy she had as well. I did not talk to Todd or anybody during the weekend. I misspoke if anybody misunderstood that.
My
We spoke on
apologies.
Wednesday of last week when I had some questions. And then today you sent an email to everybody answering the questions I had for you, and I appreciate the time. In that inquiry on Wednesday, I said, it doesn't even have to be this week, this year, whenever you have time to answer my 3 questions, that was fine. And I appreciate that you answered them today and you gave a copy to all the board. But I think we need to go back on agenda deadline back to the 9 days. And it would read, the deadline of submitting items for inclusion on the agenda is the 9th calendar day before the regular meetings. And historically, it was the 3rd calendar day before a special meeting. I'm not suggesting changing that.
I agree with you.
And I think if we do that, it would alleviate a lot of issues. And once we do that, we now go back to this last point. Do we really need it, or do we change it a little bit? So if you like, I'll go ahead and make the motion to. I'm sorry.
Before you make the motion, when did it change from 9 to 4?
It changed in 2017 or 18, where some of the board members felt that 9 days was too long. If you wanted to put items faster.
Oh, gotcha.
It was
Okay.
probably when we had 2 meetings a month, but one was a reading and one was a voting, and so it would take a whole month, probably, to get to vote on something.
I do think that 9 days is prudent. 4 days is too, I mean, I really despise getting a last-minute item on a Friday when we get our packet and then not being able to prepare, and certainly not going to call on staff over the weekend. And so it really puts us in a predicament to have to rush through our thought process, and it's on a board meeting listed for action. So I think the 9 days not only gives us enough time to make good requests, but it also gives staff some time to continue to prepare and be ready to answer any questions that may come up on our behalf. It's only fair to staff.
Again, the meeting of the board is the meeting of the board. This is our meeting. The superintendent presents things that they need direction on, or authority, or approval, because we are a governing body and only we can approve those things. And so they cannot expend funds or anything like that in certain areas without the governing body making that decision. We listen and present. On the flip side, the Board of Trustees are elected to represent this community. The state of Texas is responsible for public education, but they've delegated certain responsibilities to the State Board of Education, to the Texas Education Agency, to the Commissioner of Education, and to local boards to make local decisions. Again, we don't do it in isolation. We get the administration's thoughts and input. All we're asking is, we have a thought, we have an idea, let's discuss it. We decide together when it should be on the agenda, if at all. I can tell you 9 times out of 10, it can be resolved just quite, oh, we can take care of that, we're done. But some of the major issues that we've had to decide, it does require it, because you're talking about people, you're talking about facilities, you're talking about money. And that requires a lot of thought and a lot of decision, but it has to start somewhere. So I think 9 days, so that way you can't, you if you think about it at the last minute, oh, there's a meeting on Monday, so let me get it in. No, you had to have thought of it last week. And if you miss it, now it's the next meeting. Exactly.
The only downside to that is, are we now going to cause problems for administration where sometimes they get things at the last minute, like let's say we're waiting for the canvassing of the voting to come in and it's not done yet, but then when they know it's done, are they gonna now have to wait 2 more board meetings to get it done?
No, this is,
necessary.
yeah, but this is
No.
only as to the trustee. This has nothing to do
Okay,
with the
that was my
administration.
question.
The administration,
Put
as I
stuff
mentioned
on
before,
whenever.
has an obligation to get things to us as quickly as possible that could be made decisions. Sometimes it waits for regular, and sometimes it contact the board president who calls a special meeting. The special meeting is called by the board president with input from the superintendent. Hey, this is coming up. I need it now. I can't wait for the next regular meeting.
So I just
Am I
want
correct?
clarification from that. Is that, so if it says the agenda, the deadline for submitting items for the inclusion is the inclusion of the fourth calendar, does that apply to just trustees, or does that apply to everybody?
It says board meetings, and since board meetings is the board, then it's only as to the board. And historically, it's always read that it's talking about the board.
Okay.
Submitting to, like, you're submitting a request. So yeah,
Okay,
that would be
I just want to make sure that we're not hurting admin.
No.
Okay, so did you make that motion, or did you just?
I thought I
No,
did.
nobody did, because I cut you off.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
You want to make it? You want me to make it?
No, go ahead.
I move that we, on the agenda deadline, we change the agenda deadline from 4 calendar days to 9 calendar days.
Second. Sorry.
Okay, so it's going to be, it's moved by trustee Saldivar and second by trustee De La Garza to come back with the first reading to change the 4th day to the 9th day.
That's correct.
Okay, and are there, let's vote on that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes 6-0.
Now I think we need to go back and talk about, since we've made that change, if we leave the language about deliberating with the next 2 regular board meetings, that now puts it into, especially when you talk about July, November, and December, when we only have 1 meeting. So I don't, it was your suggestion, so I'm going to leave it to you what your thinking is.
I would move to amend that language, so we're talking about agenda preparation, second paragraph, about halfway through. In reviewing the preliminary agenda, the board president shall ensure that any topics that the board or individual board members have requested to be addressed at either are on that agenda or scheduled for deliberation within the next regular board meeting.
Just take off 2. Yeah, just take out the 2.
2 and the S on meetings.
I like I think there needs to be a little bit of flexibility, an appropriate time in the near future. I mean, that to me, that implies the next meeting, but if for some reason it can't be the next meeting, it would be the second meeting. I think that's leaving it the way it was.
I tend to agree with you, because even when you and I have talked,
Yeah.
you said, well, Sam, we may not be able to do this one, can you wait till the
The
next
next
one?
one.
And I said, yeah, I can wait for the next
Yeah.
one. And that's the whole point about the ethics code. If you go back to, it's about trust, it's about communication, it's about working together. If we do that consistently, and if we have a lone person, then we deal with that lone person,
Yeah.
you know, as a board. But we haven't had one since I've been on, so.
But what you're saying is,
Leave it vague, leave it open-ended like that, a deliberation at an appropriate time in the near future.
I'm not okay with that.
I don't really like that either. I think it's kind of vague, but if there's a way that we can phrase it that,
I think it needs to be, because if, like you said, if those months that are long, if it's 9 days' notice for us to submit an item, and then it can't go on that immediate one, then it's gonna be, it could be the next month, or the following month. That's 3 months.
At least 2 weeks, for sure, yeah.
Potentially. I
If
think
you
that's
follow
too
the
much time.
schedule of the second and fourth Monday.
I think that's too much time, because in that case, then that'll force us, if it's something extraordinary or something that, I think this board is, we're different, right? But we're thinking about policy that's gonna affect the future boards, and if there's, like, we trust each other with that discretion, but this is something that can be kicked down the road for 90 days potentially, that's too much time. And then it'll force our hand to call a special meeting when really there's not a need for a special meeting. You just want something on the agenda that's getting kicked down the road. So I would maintain my motion. I guess we can vote on it.
Was yours the deliberation within the next regular board meeting?
Yes.
I would
So-
agree with that. I would second that one.
Okay, well, so we don't need a motion on that, because that's already how it is.
No,
No,
that
it
one
has
is- this
two.
is
We're
three
changing
meetings.
it to.
Deliberation
take out
within the
the
next
two?
two regular board meetings.
No, the way that it reads is, it shall be on that agenda. So for instance, this first coming agenda, but if it can't be, then within the next two regular board meetings, that's 3 meetings total. I'm just saying we should change it to deliberation within the next regular board meeting, if not the immediate one.
Just take off the word two.
We're taking off the word
Right.
two.
Okay,
And if it happens to be an item that maybe staff can't be ready for whatever reason, it's a longer process, it's a longer type of research necessary, it has to go through legal, whatever the case may be, then you just agree to, okay, it can wait for the next board meeting. You know, that just gives you that opportunity to discuss it if you need to.
okay.
That
Well,
works when you have a workable board.
I was gonna say, but
that's
policies are
what
in
this-
place so that people will follow rules. So we don't actually need motions on all these things, although I do like how we're doing that, but we don't, this is gonna be the reading, so Mr. Miller will come back with a future first reading.
Well, actually, point of order, we have a motion and a second.
Did you make a motion?
Yes, and I seconded
To
the
get
motion.
rid of the
Let's
word
just do that.
two
Okay,
and the S.
And the reason I'm suggesting this is so that there's clarity, because otherwise, if we're trying to say consensus, one person's consensus may not be another.
okay,
So this way, it's very clear. It's still gonna be 2 readings anyway. We're not voting on the actual
right.
policy. We're voting on various sections of it and how we as a board want it, and that's what we're voting.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor, trustee Regalado, seconded by trustee Saldivar. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. 10C, and I told my husband we'd be out by 6.
Well, we're still 6:40, 6:59 maybe.
10C, district operations. 10C1, discussion and possible action on memorandum of understanding 2024-249 standard response protocol and standard reunification method with I Love You Guys Foundation. Dr. De Hoyos.
This memorandum of understanding will assist with critical incident response. Mr. Jose Silva, Chief of Police, will share more information. Administration is recommending action on this item.
Good evening, Dr. Board of Trustees. So what I bring forth before you all is your approval of getting the MOU signed for the Standard Response Protocol. What the Standard Response Protocol is through the I Love You Guys Foundation is an enhancement to our existing emergency operations plan. And what it does is it uses the verbiage which we've utilized through K through 12. As the kids go through it, they understand what's being verbalized to them, the instructions being given to them, to include staff members. And because it is proprietary by the I Love You Guys Foundation, which was founded by James and Ellen Keys, their daughter was killed September 27, 2006 in Platay Canyon High School in Bailey, Colorado. The last thing she texted her parents before she was murdered was, I love you guys. So that's the reason behind the foundation.
Oh, my God.
So I'm here before you guys asking that. And of course, this is something that we constantly train our staff on, we constantly train our kids on. We're constantly putting it out on social media. When they have parent meetings, we have officers going out there and training them as well so that they understand the verbiage if in case something does come of it. Because of course, nowadays, everybody knows what lockdown is, but doesn't know the other 4. So, you know, we've tried to mend those bridges with the parents so that they understand it and they know what's going on at the campus when a given, you know, one of the 5 SRPs is put out, they understand what's going on at their campus.
I move to approve, Madam President.
Second. It's been moved by trustee Saldivar, second by trustee Regalado. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Item 10D, 10D1, report regarding delinquent tax collections for the period of July 1, 2023 to September 30, 2023. Dr. De Hoyos.
Mrs. Kelly Salazar from the firm Linebarger, Gogin, Blair, and Sampson LLP will present the quarterly delinquent tax collections report. This item is for information purposes only.
Thank you, Dr. De Hoyos, President Aliceda, members of the board. It's my pleasure to be here to present the first quarter report for the period of July 1st through September 30th, 2023. Our delinquent tax collection program on behalf of McAllen ISD continues to focus on 2 basic premises. First is to collect from the individual taxpayer first, and secondly, use a tool of litigation only as a final option to collect. During this first quarter, we've initiated 4 demand mailings, mailing over 8,300 statements to delinquent taxpayers within the district. We have made and received over 1,300 phone calls, had over 91 payoff requests, and we've knocked on 59 doors within this district, educating and informing taxpayers about their delinquency and doing our best to get them into a payment agreement. Regarding litigation, we have filed 24 lawsuits, disposed of 31, and we have 332 suits currently in litigation on behalf of the district, representing over $1.5 million owed in base, penalty, and interest. We regularly conduct tax sales and resales on properties with little to no effort to pay on behalf of the taxpayer. During this quarter, we completed 3 tax sales, placing 5 properties for sale. 1 was sold, 2 was paid in full prior to tax sale, and 2 were pulled due to a verbal payment agreement with the taxpayer. And just for a note for those watching, and of course for the board, we haven't placed any designated occupied homestead properties for sale within this district since COVID, trying to do our best to continue our compassionate collections program on behalf of the district and balancing the needs of the financial needs of the district as well. Reporting highlights: during this first quarter, we've collected over $1 million in base tax, over $237,000 in penalty and interest, for total collections this reporting period of over $1.3 million for the district, which is an increase compared to the prior first quarter last year. We also do this district's property value study appeals services. I believe you received a pretty thick and detailed packet from our firm, and to summarize what that work was, we have resolved the 2022 property value study appeal for the district. The appeal resulted in a value reduction of over $93 million, which resulted in, or will result in, over $1.1 million in additional state aid gain for McAllen ISD. And over the past 10 years, we have been able to get value reductions for the district of over $841 million, with an estimated state aid gain for McAllen ISD of over $11.1 million. Looking forward to the next quarter and beyond, we will continue engaging in litigation on behalf of the district, our mailing program, monitoring those accounts that are in bankruptcy and representing the district in bankruptcy court for those, and scheduling tax sales and resales as necessary. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Sorry I couldn't be with you the other night. I had other plans, but thank you for my dad.
Thank you.
Item 10D2, report regarding monthly financial and quarterly investment report for September 2023. Dr. De Hoyos?
Mrs. Iris Luna, Interim Assistant Superintendent for Business Operations, will present the monthly financials for September 2023. This item is for information purposes only.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. De Hoyos. I'm here to present the September monthly financials. For the month of September, we had revenues of $49,047,436, with expenditures at $38,127,943, with revenues over expenses at $10,919,492. Our market value gain for the month ending September 30th was $159,011,900, and our average yield to maturity for the period was 4.574. I'm proud to announce that we, again, for the month of September, have earned $549,972 in interest, making that this quarter at $1,654,000. $1,654,000.
That's even better.
And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Luna.
Thank you.
We'll go to item 10D3, discussion and possible action on resolution of the Board of Trustees of the McAllen Independent School District granting interim superintendent authority to apply for grants through the Office of the Governor. Dr. De Hoyos.
This resolution authorizes the Board of Trustees to grant the interim superintendent the authority to apply for grants through the Office of the Governor. Mrs. Iris Luna, Interim Assistant Superintendent for Business Operations, will share more information, and administration is recommending action on this item.
Yes, on this item, we are bringing forward this resolution. We have 2 grants that we are, and that's a resolution, that we have two grants that we have applied for, and it's the fiscal year 2023 bullet resistant shield grant and the fiscal year 2024 rifle resistant body armor. Those two grants are needing this resolution with the Office of the Governor, and requesting that this resolution be approved, that the interim superintendent be able to sign on them. Come December, we will be taking another resolution to the board for our new superintendent.
What say you, board?
Move to approve. Second.
It's been moved by trustee Regalado, second by trustee De La Garza. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Do I need to read the resolution out loud? No? Okay. Item D, 10D4, discussion and possible action on the McAllen Independent School District October budget amendment for fiscal year beginning July 1, 2023 and ending June 30, 2024. Dr. De Hoyos.
Administration is recommending the approval of the October budget amendment for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. Mrs. Iris Luna, Interim Assistant Superintendent for Business Operations, will share more information, and administration is recommending action on this item.
Yes, on the October budget amendment, we had a revenue item of $525,000 coming in for the wind damage sum insurance payment. With that $525,000, you will also see a line item at the bottom for function 51, bringing in that $525,000 to offset the expenses that we've had to fix all the wind damage items. We also assigned on function 11 $2 million for the longevity pay. We've also assigned fund balance for food service for renovations of $427,000, kitchen renovations. Two other big items is the $450,000 for the intercom installations for Castañeda, McAuliffe, and Lamar, and the $200,000 for the UPS uninterruptible power supply unit district-wide. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mrs. Luna. This is for action this evening, board.
I move to approve, Madam President.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Saldivar, second by trustee Regalado. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. 10E, Board of Trustee items. 10E1, approval of Board of Education meeting minutes. 10E1A, Board Workshop, October 30th, 2023 at 12 p.m. And 10E1B, regular board meeting, October 30th, 2023 at 5 p.m. This is for action this evening.
Move to approve. Second.
It's been moved by trustee De La Garza and second by trustee Regalado. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. 10E2, approval of the resolution of the Board of Trustees for McAllen Independent School District expressing its votes for appraisal district directors for the 2022-2023 Hidalgo County Appraisal District Board of Directors. Each trustee has a ballot in front of them. The little, okay, well, we were each going to get 66 votes, but there is one trustee missing. So hold on, we're going to do our calculations because.
It's true.
And is trustee Peña coming back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so it will be, okay.
So, what up, the other 66?
Okay, let me see,
Divided by
one moment. Let's see, so it's divided by, yeah.
That's one way to quickly do it.
Now I have to change my math.
Want to be 77 then?
Okay, so let's see.
Yeah, divide 66 by 5.
I was wondering.
Oh, by 5 or 6? By 6. By 6, it's 77, right?
Does everybody?
And one gets,
I don't know.
no, that's two. Okay, so yes, trustee Saldivar and myself will get one less.
Yes,
And,
we agreed to that.
yes,
So what's the total? 77?
yes, yes, each of you,
Yeah.
each of you gets 77, except for trustee Saldivar and myself.
We get 76.
Right.
Okay.
So that should be total.
I hate math some days.
Okay, and once you're done, you can pass them down to trustee Regalado, and she will pass them to our secretary, Natalie.
Natalie.
There's no secret ballots, so those are subject to public records, those ballots. So I signed it, you
Oh, I
don't
didn't
have to.
You don't have to.
Yeah, you don't have to.
So we have to wait till they tell them to approve it?
Yes.
Yes.
And then we have a resolution.
It's quiet.
It's cold.
Yes, but I think we did the wrong number.
You do? It was,
We did too many.
Oh, we did?
Mm-hmm.
hold on. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dude, math is not.
Are we still calculating?
Iris, you're
Yeah,
the math
so
person
I
in
think
the
we did it
room.
wrong.
What are you trying to figure?
All right.
460, we have 460 total votes, right?
Right.
Divided
We
by
have 460 total
Six.
divided by 6.
76.6. So we did
So
77 times 4,
That's why it's, you don't got
77 times
77.
4.
So we did too many. We did 537 votes.
What's
1,
77
2,
times 4?
3.
It was Aaron's.
308
Trustee
And then-
DeVetta, your math was wrong.
plus 76 plus 76. We did,
We did too many votes.
I don't know.
My bad.
308 plus
Well, if you did them in pencil, we get them back and we.
460. No, the math is right.
Is that right?
Look, it was 76 plus 76.
Yes.
And then 308 amongst all of us.
Five.
Yes.
Oh, Trustee Kim was not here. Never mind. Okay,
Yeah.
I was like, we're one over.
McAllen ISD for you right there.
Yeah, okay,
Great education right there.
okay, okay. I was like, oh my God, I went over 70.
No, because it goes on and on and on.
I just took for granted, and I cheated. And then y'all did
No,
what
it's
y'all
good.
told me.
Yeah, we had one trustee missing, so we divide her votes. up,
Yes,
so.
yes.
The other way.
I really like the way administration is doing on the, how it says the agenda item number and who's presenting and all that. It's very nice. Thank you all so much for doing that.
Good suggestion. We're,
Yeah.
as a team, I'm sure you led that. Appreciate it. Very good.
Liz,
Good job.
Liz finds ways to enhance.
No, it's fantastic, yeah.
And then the videos also are coming out of there.
Yeah, there's no
Another team.
no pause, no,
we all collaborate, so.
yeah, it's fantastic.
Everybody submits their presentation to one.
Excellent.
That's smart. And so does the community see that? Like right now on their screen, is it us or that? It's that? Yeah. Even no lipstick. No.
Back and forth.
Back and forth. That's great.
When you
That's
speak,
very
it probably does.
transparent. Yeah. Yeah. I like the Pledge of Allegiance too, how you're having students do that. I love that.
I'd like to, I love the Texas pledge. I wish we would do the Texas pledge.
You're no longer allowed. That, as the state says, you're no longer allowed to do that.
You're not allowed to.
You're no longer allowed to do that. Mhm.
It's the Texas pledge.
The Texas Pledge, yeah, you're no longer allowed to do that.
Not
It is no
allowed
longer
to,
a
or
republic.
do we have an option to opt out of it?
No, you're not allowed to. School districts are not allowed to.
Texas pledge.
Mhm.
Yeah, same
I
here.
love the Texas pledge. It's super, super cool.
Yeah. There you
Yes,
go.
I love Texas.
I never learned it.
I learned it
I was
here.
We didn't do it in school.
No, it was a new thing. Yeah, like that.
I made crock-pot dinner, so I was like, how's the dinner?
It was good. Wow.
They said
You
it
may want to
was
bring
good.
something home.
Emma said, I hate crock-pot. I was like, whatever. But Marco said she.
She ate it all quietly.
Oh, God, what on this?
There you
Yeah, I was
go.
doing my math on that.
Yes, we did. Dennis.
I know. to double check it? Do you want to double check it? Yeah. Yeah, just to make sure.
About the water tower.
It's the public utility.
Yeah. Mark Vega.
And they have it on a schedule when they do
IB
it.
hasn't been
Forever. I mentioned it to,
I've always, every year I mention it.
mentioned to what's his name.
You know, I wonder who owns that water tower, if that's county owned or, because it's different from, it's smaller, it's,
That's a good point.
yeah.
Maybe it's the water district. The, what is it? The drainage district?
Water, oh
Yeah, I don't know.
They wouldn't have need because they use the untreated water.
I don't know. But that's the.
That's the one it's really, yeah, I've mentioned it a couple of times over the years.
Aaron's like 77, I know, right?
We have like.
76.6.
Ms. Gonzalez. Ms. Gonzalez.
I just, the way that I thought about it, I said, well, there's 6 of those. We're splitting up one trustee's.
It's okay.
So that's 11.
I have a question.
Added on top of the 66.
So nobody would be able to go here during.
That's pretty good. Then I just felt like.
Yeah, you could actually.
Why don't we do that? Yeah. Trustees, I would love to entertain a motion to recess into closed session right now, and then we will come back and address 10E2.
Second.
Okay.
So moved.
So, yeah, it's been moved by trustee De La Garza. Is there a second?
Which one says?
Second.
It's been trusted. It's been moved by trustee De La Garza, seconded by trustee DeVetta, that we go to item 11, we recess to closed session. The board of trustee, and we will come back to 10E2 when we come back from executive, but we can recess to closed session. The board of trustees may go into closed session pursuant to sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.076, and 551.089 of the Texas Government Code to discuss the following. 11A, the discussion of human resources recommendations for school year 2023-2024. 11B, the discussion of human resources employee resignations and retirees for school year 2023-2024. 11C, the discussion for the purpose of extending a contract to the lone finalist, Dr. Renee Gutierrez from McAllen Independent School District, Superintendent. 11D, discussion regarding school safety and security. 11E, pending and/or potential litigation. 11F, possible real estate acquisition. At 7 p.m., we will move and go into executive session, closed session. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We are now reconvening an open session at 8:58 p.m. We are going to pick up where we left off on 10E2, approval of the resolution of the Board of Trustees for McAllen Independent School District expressing its votes for appraisal district directors for 2022-2023, Hidalgo County Appraisal District Board of Directors. The votes came out to 112 votes for Eddie Betancourt, 239 votes for Albert Cardenas, and 109 votes for Richard A. Garza. We will be signing a resolution that has those numbers totaled into it. And this is for action this evening.
I move to approve, Madam President.
Second.
It's been moved by Trustee Peña and second by Trustee Regalado. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We will now move to item 11A, discussion of human resources recommendations for school year 2023-2024.
Human Resources is submitting a list of recommendations for the 2023-2024 school year under a separate cover that were discussed during closed session. Administration is recommending action on this item.
What say you, Board?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved by Trustee Regalado, second by Trustee Rivera. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item 11B, discussion of human resources, employee resignations, and retirees for school year 2023-2024.
Human Resources is submitting a list of resignations and retirees for the 2023-2024 school year under a separate cover that were discussed during closed session. This item is for information purposes only.
Thank you so much. Item 11C, discussion for the purpose of extending a contract to the loan finalist, Dr. Rene Gutierrez from McAllen Independent School District. What say you, Board?
Madam President, I move to extend a contract offer to the loan finalist, Dr. Rene Gutierrez, for McAllen ISD Superintendent contract to start date of November the 27th, 2023.
Second.
It's been moved by Trustee Saldivar, second by Trustee Rivera. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. Motion passes 5-2. Item 11D, discussion regarding school safety and security. We will proceed as directed. Item 11E, pending and/or potential litigation. Item 11F, possible real estate acquisition.
Schedule of future meeting.
I'm sorry, I was on the wrong page. Schedule of future meetings. 14A, special board meeting November 16th, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the Dr. Ricardo Chapa Boardroom. 14B, special board meeting December 4th at 5:30 p.m. at the MAC Auditorium. That's where we do the recognitions for all the students. 14C, regular board meeting is December 18th at 5 p.m. here in the Dr. Ricardo Chapa Boardroom. 14D, regular board meeting January 22nd, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. in the Dr. Ricardo Chapa Boardroom. And we are now at item 15. Would anybody like to move to adjourn?
I think at this time, it would be more appropriate to go back to the 13C and have the actual signing of the contract with the candidate. That's okay.
Are we allowed to say something?
You want him here?
Yes, he would need to come in and sign the contract. And so I guess if we're allowed to, whatever you want to do.
So even though we've already voted on it, we're going to go back to item 13C, and my apologies, I was on the wrong page of the agenda and it didn't have my script. The superintendent is the educational leader and the chief executive officer of the school district. The board of trustees of an independent school district may employ by contract a superintendent for a term not to exceed 5 years. And the action was to approve Dr. Rene Gutierrez for starting November 27th, 2023. Dr. Rene Gutierrez. Congratulations.
We're still going, but this is the part.
No, go ahead. Whatever you like to say is, I mean, we were about to adjourn, and sorry, there's not a bunch of people. It's just a late hour, and we had a full room earlier. Do you want to come up here?
Welcome.
As y'all know, Dr. Gutierrez is a Mac High alumni. He graduated in 1983. I was there I graduated in 1984, so I'm sure we were in the same halls at Mac High.
Madam President, if I may.
Oh, sure, certainly. Trustee Peña.
I would like to congratulate Dr. Rene Gutierrez and the McAllen ISD community. Dr. Gutierrez is a native of McAllen. His kids graduated from McAllen. And this is a big decision, a momentous day for McAllen ISD and our community. He is strong academically. He is strong on the finance side, fiscally. And I think that he's going to do great things for our district and help move us forward. It's a change and a new era for McAllen ISD, and I'm proud to welcome him on board.
Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Gutierrez.
Thank you.
For my part, Dr. Gutierrez, you're a proven leadership and a track record and unwavering dedication to student success. The Board of Trustees, specifically, are confident that Dr. Gutierrez's leadership approach will align seamlessly with our district's strategic plan and our community's high expectations. I specifically express gratitude for the remarkable human capital within McAllen ISD. Our Board of Trustees eagerly anticipate collaborating with you to enhance academic and other opportunities for students, families, teachers, and staff in our entire community. I specifically look forward to our joint efforts to enhance communication, collaboration, and commitment to ensuring every student receives a quality education through every interaction every day. Welcome aboard. God bless.
Thank you.
Well, we can have the official contract signing? Or would you rather wait until your family's here and do it at the next meeting? However you prefer.
I can do it now.
Okay.
Can I say a few words?
Yes, absolutely. Please do.
First of all, I'd like to thank God for blessing me in this career. I've been very fortunate to have served as an educator for, this is my 37th year, 15 years as a superintendent as this year. As some of you know, my history, I was superintendent in Edinburgh for 10 years with over 34,000 students. In Brownsville, 4.5 years with close to 40,000 kids. So I bring a wealth of experience to my hometown, to my community. My kids graduated from McAllen High School, both my boys. I'm honored to be back and serve the kids that can identify with me and can identify with my history, with growing up in South McAllen. I was a kid that came from Reynosa when I was 8 years old, enrolled in the old Roosevelt School when it was for all immigrants, and then went to Sam Houston, old Sam Houston, because that's where they would take the second-year immigrants. And then I started my third year at TIP in Zavala, and then my fourth year at Zavala. So my history goes back to South McAllen, growing up as a recent immigrant, and I am where I am because of great teachers from the McAllen Independent School District. And I'm glad to be back and to give back to my community, to the kids from McAllen ISD, and take care of all kids. And as a superintendent of the McAllen ISD, for the first time ever, they have one of their own. And I'm glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Well, let's make it official.
Does anybody have a blue pen?
Here, we have blue right here, but I bet you have a nice
Is there a
one.
blue one here?
But it's not nice.
It's not nice though. Oh, this one doesn't write well. Does anybody have a blue pen, Nelly? Nope, that's black.
I have one right here.
I still need to send it to you.
Oh, that's almost done.
Oh. I get to sign it to you. Let me borrow that pen.
official, there's no going back now. Congratulations. Well, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Madam President.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Saldivar, second by trustee DeBetta. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We are adjourned at 9:10 PM.